Shall we? Here we go. For week 6, greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Andrew Kirchhoff, and welcome to my YouTube channel. Again, this is week 6, Sunday morning live stream for the 2023 fantasy football season. For the next 4 hours straight, we'll be answering questions regarding fantasy football related everything. Most importantly, starter sit questions going into this weekend's games. As you guys can see to the right side of the screen, we have ourselves updated rankings at all 4 primary positions. My updated top 36 running backs, top 36 wide receivers, top 16 quarterback, and top 16 tight ends for a half PPR scoring format and for a 4-point per passing touchdown format. So if you are in need of interpositional rankings in regards to potentially setting your lineup, hopefully those will help. We'll also be answering questions in regards to flex as we continue out throughout the entirety of today's live stream. But a reminder, if you're going to send in a question or type in a question via the chat, please do me a favor and include the scoring format, because that certainly does make a huge difference in terms of determining flex rankings, etc. Even, interpositional rankings, a 6-point per passing touchdown league or a full point PPR league definitely does have significant changes within interpositional rankings. Outside of that, good morning, welcome. Glad you guys could be with us. If you have not yet already, do me a solid, click the like button down below. It continues to help support the channel every single day. Also, if in fact you've already used code Andrew thus far this season from August 1st through at least yesterday via Underdog Fantasy, you will have already received an email this morning. Please be sure to check your spam folder if it is not there. That email will include updated rankings with all positions, half PPR, full PPR, flex, etc. So be sure that if you've gone ahead and used code Andrew via Underdog Fantasy, you've signed up, made that first time deposit minimum of $10. You check your email to get those rankings. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's get into answering questions, shall we? Hope you all are doing well. Good morning again. This should be a fun one. I saw in the chat Jonathan was asking what's the name of the song. The name of the song is Double Helix. So we've been using that for the last couple years, and it is fantastic. Says those ads ruin the intro. Yeah, I don't even control the ads. The ads just run by themselves by YouTube. That is unfortunate that it perhaps may have jumped in the way of it, but it is what it is. We're just gonna keep it rolling. I appreciate it. Okay, guys, here we go. First question of the day belongs to Daryl Bottoms. Daryl Bottoms, man, when I was sitting here before the stream and I saw that name, I was like, man, long time no see. Hope you're doing well, Daryl. Appreciate it. All right, Daryl's question is PPR. I have Mixon. Okay, have Mixon start. Okay, so you have Mixon start Foreman, Hubbard, or DeMercado as the RB2. I would play Foreman as the RB2 there in a full PPR scoring format. The expectation is that earlier or later this afternoon, later today, depending on where you are at, maybe you're on, the East Coast, and I guess technically it's later this afternoon. If you're on the West Coast, later this morning. If you're somewhere else in the world, I don't know when it is, but it's definitely going to be in a situation of there are some weather concerns to be had with a couple games. First and foremost, it has to do with the Chicago game. Let me go ahead and pull this up. So, as for Chicago this morning, actually, you know what? Wow, it's actually cleared up. So yesterday there was potential for rain to be a prominent factor in that game. Now that we're looking at it, it is not a prominent factor. Obviously, we're still 4 hours away from the game, so time will tell, and we'll keep that monitored. But the Chicago Bears game against Minnesota Vikings was considered, to potentially have showers. That is not going to be the case as of the current expectation. The Cleveland Browns game versus the 49ers, that is still potentially up for grabs as to a weather game, and so is the Bills versus the Giants game later tonight, Sunday Night Football. So we'll keep an eye on that. But in terms of your question, again, Daryl, I would suggest playing Deontay Foreman out of the group of running backs that you have available. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Let's see here. No rain in Chicago, says King. It's clearing. Yeah, sounds good. Awesome. That's what we want to hear. We don't want any sort of rain to participate in and force any of our fantasy options to be lesser because of that. We want upside, and hopefully we can achieve that so far. All right, let's see here. Let me go ahead and ban you. Good night. Have a good one. All right, moving on. We had a question from Jordan Kaba. Jordan, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Says in a half PPR, flex spot, DeAndre Hopkins, Saquon, Nico Collins, or Alexander Madison. All right, so considering that there isn't a guarantee that Saquon plays later tonight, and there's probably going to be a situation in which the New York Giants are going to get blown out. So Saquon doesn't even have to play in the fourth quarter. If in fact the Buffalo Bills build a sustainable enough lead for that to be the case, I'm going to probably lean in the direction of avoiding Saquon in a lot of the scenarios in which you guys asked me today, because again, he doesn't need to play with an entire backup offensive line with no Daniel Jones in the game against the Buffalo Bills. And even though it's a decent matchup without Matt Milano within that defense any longer, I can't trust it. But out of those available options in a half PPR flex, let's see here. Who do I have ranked higher? Let's Control F, Alexander. Let's see where I have Madison comparatively to the other options. Alexander Madison's there. Nico, yeah. So Alexander Madison's ranked the highest out of that group of 4 players there, Jordan. Thank you. Appreciate the question. Again, reminder, guys, rankings that are on screen are up to date as of this morning. So Donald in the chat was asking Logan Thomas or Cole Kmet. I have them ranked literally back-to-back as 7 and 8. Even in a full PPR, I have them ranked back-to-back just for insight purposes. But yeah, I do have Logan Thomas just slightly ahead at the moment based on the matchup that he takes on against the Atlanta Falcons being such an advantageous one. Thank you. Jay Nice sends in a super chat. Thank you very much, Jay Nice. Appreciate it. Let's see here. He says, dope content. Andrew, I appreciate that. Thank you. Ridley is my wide receiver 1, and I need a wide receiver 2 between Godwin, Dell, Lockett, and Downs. Okay, so currently, Dell is most likely going to be out with the concussion protocol. If I'm not mistaken, he's already deemed out. Let me once again confirm this, just so we're all on the same page. Where is Houston Texans injury report? Tank Dell, questionable. Yeah, I think he's probably, let's see here, Tank Dell. Yeah. As of 17 minutes ago, NBC Sports, Tank Dell expected to be out. So that's the expectation. Keep that in mind. As for the remaining players, I'm assuming, let's follow up in the regular chat. Okay, let's see here. Where's the rest of your question there, Jay Nice? Okay, follow up. 1 of 4. Should I write it out with any of these changes? Okay, so let's see here. You have Lamar, you have Kyron Williams, you have Montgomery, Ridley, Kelsey, Jonathan Taylor, Dallas defense, Fairbairn. Okay. Bench is Godwin, Purdy, Dell, Lockett, Stevenson, and Downs. Yeah, okay. So if we're looking for the wide receiver 2 out of this group, in a half PPR scoring format, as you guys can see on screen, I currently have Chris Godwin ranked at 28 and Tyler Lockett at 29. So I would go with Chris Godwin there out of the wide receiver options that you have available to you, Jay Nice. As for the rest of your team, I would keep it as is in terms of the starting lineup as to what you have available, etc. That's fine by me. Thank you. All right, we had a question from Eric Sanchez. In a half PPR, flex 1, Higgins, Osborne, or DeMercado? All right. So between those 3, considering DeMercado is probably going to be in a little bit of a committee situation alongside of Keontae Ingram, I would lean towards one of the other 2 options. If it's between Higgins and Osborne, if Higgins is active, I'll take him over Osborne in the matchup against the Seattle Seahawks. That would be my suggestion there. Thank you. All right, we had a question that came in from, let's see here. What is this? It's just a bunch of numbers. Okay, so I'm assuming it's super. Yeah, let's just say super. All right, super. Super with a 3 says, I need 3 full PPR, Lockett, Garrett Wilson, Hubbard, Downs. Yeah, if I'm playing 3 of those options in a full PPR scoring format, it would be Lockett, Garrett Wilson, and Josh Downs. I would sit Hubbard in the given week. Thank you. Super appreciate it. Moving on, we had a question from Jason Sommers. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. Derrick Henry or DJ Moore in a half PPR. Thanks, Andrew. I'm fairly certain I have DJ Moore ranked higher. Let me confirm this. So in a half PPR, Derrick Henry's there. DJ Moore's ranked higher. Yep. I would run it as such. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question that came in from Sal Palumbo. Thank you, Sal. Appreciate it. Good morning, Andrew. In a half PPR, Michael Thomas or Tyjae Spears? Let's see who I ranked higher on my rankings. Let's see here. Tyjae Spears. I have Michael Thomas at 72, Tyjae Spears at 79. So it would be Michael Thomas there this week. Thank you. Appreciate it, Sal. Much love. Let's see here. We had Go Bills in the chat. Sent in a super chat. Thank you, Go Bills. It says PPR. The Olave matchup worries me. What do you think about Godwin, or do I trust Olave? Here's the issue that I have with Godwin. Godwin's only significant game this season has been when Mike Evans has gone down with an injury and was not playing for the rest of that game. So because of the absence of Mike Evans, Chris Godwin was a relevant receiving option back in week 4 against the New Orleans Saints. Outside of that overall, situation, very seldom have we seen Chris Godwin see a high enough target share, in my mind, to be able to even compete with Olave in this circumstance. So, I mean, I don't love the matchup either going up against the Houston Texans. I think that secondary's played pretty well this season. They played very well last season as well in terms of stopping opposing wide receivers. But I think ultimately Olave is the better of the two. That's my concern, because if Mike Evans is going to be at a full capacity, we've already seen how this offense kind of functions. And I understand that they're going to have the nice creamsicle color orange jerseys on, but the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I think their scheme in their entire approach is going to stay pretty consistent as long as Mike Evans is the number one and out there on the field. And if he is, majority of the targets, probably 10, 12 plus, are going to go in his direction, while Chris Godwin is going to have to pray for a touchdown in order to be fantasy relevant alongside of Evans there. Thank you. All right, we had a question that came in from Not Lucid. He said, full PPR, sit to Olave, Kirk, Nico Collins, Hopkins, Davis. Thank you. All right, so in a full PPR scoring format, out of those options, let's see here. Let's go full PPR. Let's go to my wide receivers. Okay, so what do we have again? We have, let me actually copy this and take it into this spreadsheet just so I can have it referenced. Boom, so I don't have to keep going back for it. So Olave, all right, so let's see here. Olave's 21. Kirk is 29. Hopkins is, where the heck is Hopkins? So let's actually highlight these so I can. You have so many wide receivers. Gabe Davis is there, okay. Hopkins is there, and then you have Nico Collins as well. Nico Collins is right there. So your question specifically was sit two. The two that I would sit would be Nico and Christian Kirk. I play Olave, Gabe Davis, and DeAndre Hopkins ahead of them. Thank you. Appreciate it. Moving on. Let's go ahead and delete that. We're good to go. We had a question that came in from Lucius. Lucius, thank you. Appreciate it. It says, Zay or Debo? I would probably just play Debo there. There's bad weather in Cleveland. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the weather is really what I'm concerned about in that scenario, Lucius. I just prefer Debo primarily because I know that there, especially considering you're not playing in like a full PPR or in anything of that capacity. If you're just playing in a regular half PPR, touchdown upside is really going to be, the main factor in this scenario. And considering PJ Walker is going to be the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns today, that offense may not even put up a single point, which is just going to be a lot of short field positions and a lot of opportunities for Kyle Shanahan to scheme up a lot of juicy stuff for that offense to just consistently score. And what the San Francisco 49ers do the best is their outside zone running scheme. And considering Miles Sanders, Zadarius Smith are those 9 techniques on the outside, it's going to be hard to run the outside zone. And we're going to probably be in a situation where Brock Purdy is going to be forced to throw the ball for a lot of that game, considering how great that run stop defense is for the Cleveland Browns. And when he does, obviously Debo will be the main benefactor in those scenarios. But yeah, I trust Debo in that scenario there. I don't think Zay's a bad play. I prefer Debo. Thank you, Lucius. Appreciate it. Matt Glore says Jonathan Taylor or Gabriel Davis PPR. I'll play Gabe Davis there. I don't know what kind of a workload we're going to see out of Jonathan Taylor. Obviously, it'll be more enhanced in comparison to last week, but for right now, Gabe Davis has just been a consistent option thus far. Now I'll just continue with that. Thank you. Let's see here. Brandon sends in a question. Brandon Cadiz says, full PPR currently have Keontae Ingram and Tyjae Spears. I'll take Spears there. Should I drop either of them for Keaton Mitchell or Chris Brooks for the upcoming weeks? No, I'd probably just keep both of those guys. I'll keep Keontae and I'll keep Tyjae Spears for the upcoming weeks. Thank you. Appreciate it. Dejuan Golden says, Debo Samuel or Mixon rest of season, full PPR. Also hope all is well. All is well. Thank you very much. If I'm keeping one rest of season, I'd rather probably have Mixon. I think there's far less upside running backs in any sort of capacity. The depth at running back is so thin this season, especially with all the injuries that we've recently seen in comparison to wide receiver. that I would probably rather have that running back going forward there. Thank you. Appreciate it, Golden. We had a question from Bruce Cowdrey. Thank you. Appreciate it, Bruce. Full PPR. Who would you recommend, Deontay Foreman or Chuba Hubbard? Deontay Foreman. Again, guys, rankings on screen as to what I would do. Doesn't mean it's going to be 100% accurate. Most likely can guarantee you that it's not going to be 100% accurate because, again, I can't predict the future. But I do have my rankings updated on screen as of this morning, right before the game that is coming within, I guess, the next 13 minutes, just trying to catch up on these questions. But after which the game starts, I will update the rankings once again to exclude all the players that play in the Tennessee Titans and Baltimore Ravens game in London this morning. Thank you. All right, let's see here. We had the next question from Mike. Mike says, Adam Thielen, Deebo Samuel, PPR, second flex spot. I would play Adam Thielen there. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Let's see here. After Mike's question, where's Mike? Okay, so after Mike's question, we had Chris Rosado. Let's go ahead and scroll up and let's find Chris's question. All right, Chris says Lockett over Kirk and Flowers, question mark. Do I play Lockett over Kirk or Flowers? As of right now, yeah. I mean, look, well, yeah, let me explain the reality of the situation. Going up against the Cincinnati Bengals when their number one cornerback is down already, just shifts everything to where number two plays number one, number three plays number two. So now we're in a situation where Tyler Lockett is playing against the third best back of the Cincinnati, cornerback of the Cincinnati Bengals. I know he hasn't been, very high upside thus far this season, but in a half PPR scoring format, in comparison to Kirk and Flowers, he has that touchdown upside and he has the higher overall ceiling of production. He may not have that safety of the floor, but I'll lean in the direction of his potential upside in the given week there in a half PPR. In a full PPR, obviously it differs, right? Because there is more value on those receptions, which obviously Kirk and Flowers get more of on a weekly basis. Thank you. All right, let's see here. We had a question from Sean, thank you very much. Appreciate it. It says in a half PPR, trade away Zay Flowers and Nico Collins for Jonathan Taylor or Derrick Henry. I have Taylor. I can get Taylor or Henry. I also have Kupp and Tyreek Hill. It depends on what kind of a team you have. I think like in terms of the vacuum, like I could understand trading those two for Jonathan Taylor. But if you only have Tyreek Hill and Cooper Kupp, you have no other wide receiver depth. It could hurt you in the long run. But if you've got other depth additionally, I guess you could make that move if you're in desperate need of a running back. But outside of that, with very little information, it's tough to say. Thank you. Let's see here. Again, I see Jay in the chat said JT or Saquon. I have JT ranked higher on screen. Mike Taylor says Nico Collins or Christian Kirk. I have Nico Collins ranked higher on screen. Again, guys, rankings are on screen to help as much as it possibly can. Stacy Flowers in the chat was saying need 3, Montgomery, Walker, Swift, and Pollard. Again, rankings on screen should be able to point you in the direction out of those options. Based on on-screen rankings, Swift would be the one that would be sitting as I'd be playing Pollard, Montgomery, and Walker this week. Thank you. All right, let's see here. We had a question from Flotation Swag. Hope you're doing well, Flotation. It says full PPR. Check on. Okay, let's see here. So you sent me. I think you posted something on Twitter, probably. Yeah, you did. Okay, cool. So let's see what we have here. Okay, so you have Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, Superflex League. Okay, Keontae Ingram, Justice Hill. Wait, is that really your team? What team? Oh, hold on, wait. Let me go look at your prior tweets just so I can confirm your team name, because that does not look like the team that I remember. But I guess it could be potentially. Let's see here. Yeah, it is your team. Wow, that A-chain injury has really got you thin, huh? So you're starting OBJ today, huh? That's not okay. What else do you have? Gus Edwards, Zay Jones. Oh yeah, you're just injured. Wait, why do you have 2 open bench spots? You got to fill that up, Flotation. What are we doing? All right, so of the options that you have, yeah, you just leave it as is. I mean, starting Samaje Perine was a disaster, but I guess considering your league and your format, nothing else would be changed though for now. Actually, let me look at my rankings. This is a full PPR, right? If this is a full PPR Flotation, yeah, you play Keontae Ingram. If it's not, at that point, I'd play just Gus Edwards and just try to scoop up as much of the value of that backfield as you possibly could. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Omac sends in a question. Let's see where Omac's question ended up. Omac, where's your question? Omax says, full PPR, flex Olave, Madison, or Hollywood Brown. Out of those three options, let's see who I have ranked highest. Where's Marquise Brown on this list comparatively? So Marquise Brown is there, Olave's there, and Madison is there. Yeah, so Olave would be the highest ranked player in a full PPR. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead. We had a question from Steve, just Steve. Thank you very much, Steve. I appreciate it. It says, rest of season quarterback, half PPR, Goff, Stroud, Love, Dak, Baker. If I'm playing one of them rest of the season, it's probably Goff or Stroud. Those are the two that I would like to have on roster. If I had to pick one, it would probably end up being Goff there. Thank you. Let's see here. iShine 101. Thank you very much. Says Kincaid or Henry in a half PPR. I have Henry ranked higher. Knox supposedly not playing. No, Knox is going to play. I saw a report earlier this morning around 3 a.m.-ish that said that Knox is most likely going to play tonight. Thank you. Dave sends in a super chat. Thank you very much, Dave. Says, Hall or Flowers in the flex? Cooper for Aaron Jones in a rest of season trade? Yeah, I'm fine with that. Let's bring in Aaron Jones via that trade because Deshaun Watson's injury may be a lot more serious than initially anticipated. But as for Hall or Flowers, let's say, for example, it's a half PPR, considering you didn't mention the format. Where do I have Hall comparatively to Flowers here? So I have Hall at 45, and I have Flowers lower. So yeah, it would be Breece Hall as your starter, and yes, make the trade and bring in Aaron Jones there, Dave. Thank you. Clint sends in a question. Thank you very much, Clint. Says, I need 2 running backs and 2 wide receivers and a flex. Okay, cool. I have Walker, Montgomery, and Swift, along with the wide receivers of Puka Nacua, Amon-Ra, and Ridley. And Devonta Smith, my goodness. Also, Purdy or Stroud. Okay, so I prefer Purdy this week. And Dallas defense or Detroit. Okay, so Purdy at quarterback. Detroit defense this week. Additionally, if you're starting 2 of those running backs, the 2 that I would suggest are Walker and Montgomery. If you're starting 2 wide receivers out of that group, it would be Ridley and Puka Nacua. Actually, no, would it be Puka Nacua? What do I have ranked? What do I have on screen? Where is he? Let's see here. Puka Nacua is, yeah, he's ranked higher than Amon-Ra. So the final question would be, who do we start in the flex? Would it be Swift or would it be Amon-Ra? Let's check here. Where's my rankings? Half PPR. Swift is at 23. Amon-Ra is at 25. So yeah, Swift would be your flex there, Clint. So again, it would be Purdy at quarterback, Detroit at defense, Montgomery and Walker RB1 and 2, Swift in the flex, Puka Nacua alongside of Ridley. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question from Andreas A. Thank you very much. It says PPR, start 1 running back, 1 flex, Kyron Williams, Puka Nacua, and Kamara. In a full PPR, let's see where I have them ranked. That's a tough one. Those are really good players. All right, so let's see where I have Puka in comparison. So Puka's at 17 in a full PPR. I have Alvin Kamara ranked lower and Kyron Williams. So the 2 that I would play specifically in a full PPR would be Puka alongside of Alvin Kamara there. Thank you. Appreciate it, Andres. Steve sends in a question. Says start 3, sit 1. Waddle, Ayuk, Debo, and Jacoby Myers. Man, I hate that. But if I had to pick, I would play Waddle, I would play Jacoby Myers, and I would also have to split Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and hope that we do this accurately. But if I was to select one of the 2, I would rather play Debo Samuel. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question from Leroy Ramos. Thank you, Leroy. Thank you. Appreciate it. It says Atwell, Samuel, or Logan Thomas in a full PPR. I was even mulling this over earlier this morning. In a full PPR, I will take Curtis Samuel over Logan Thomas. I have him just slightly ahead of him, but that's the way I would go. Let's see here. Arthur in the chat was saying Ridley not ranked ? And then yeah, he's number 6. He's on. Oh yeah, everybody already pointed out to him. Thank you. Appreciate you guys helping each other out in the chat. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Again, for those of you who are joining us this morning, the rankings that are on screen to the right of me are updated as of this morning. Top 36 running backs, wide receivers, top 16 quarterbacks and tight ends for a half PPR scoring format. So the players that are not included within those rankings are players that have already played on Thursday Night Football and or on bye week, obviously. So keep that in mind. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see here. We have Michael Ortiz with a question. Says, morning, brother. I'm hurting at running back. I need 2. Saquon, Deontay Foreman, Keontae Ingram, or grab Ahmed or Breida off the waiver wire. So my suggestion would be Saquon and Foreman there. I don't want to play Keontae Ingram. I think it's a little bit of a rotation between him and DeMercado. I think Salvin Ahmed is risky enough to where it's not worth the play in comparison to Saquon, who will at least get himself 3/4 worth of utilization within that game and probably a lot of receiving upside. So out of that group, yeah, I'll take Saquon and Foreman. As to your follow-up question there, Michael Ortiz, also Purdy or Gino today? Yeah, I'll take Purdy. Thank you. Appreciate it. Moving on. We had a question from Seymour Cars. Says, full PPR, DeAndre Hopkins or Jonathan Taylor? I'll take DeAndre Hopkins there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Moving on to George. Says, half PPR, Saquon, Olave, or DK Metcalf? If I'm playing one of the three, it would most likely be DK Metcalf there. Thank you. Actually, not even most likely. I'd rather play DK Metcalf over the bunch. Marcus Parker says, in a full PPR, James Cook, Olave, or Thielen flex? That's a really tough question. I think it's probably Adam Thielen. Let me confirm this via my rankings. Where's James Cook? Yep. Yeah, I'd rather play Adam Thielen there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Tyrod Taylor says, or Tyrod Taylor with different spelling than, Tyrod Taylor, but yes. Kyron Williams or Kenneth Walker, and Michael Pittman or Tyler Lockett. Yeah, I'd rather play Kyron Williams over Kenneth Walker today, and I'd also rather play Michael Pittman Jr. over Tyler Lockett. Thank you, Tyrod Taylor. Okay, question from BA says, please see my previous message. Okay, BA, let's see what you got here. BA. Where's BA? Says, hey, bud, full PPR. I see you have Curtis Samuel up there. I was wondering if you'd consider DJ Chark over him this week due to the matchup. No, I wouldn't. I have DJ Chark in a half PPR ranked as my, where is he? Let's scroll over here. I have DJ Chark ranked as my number 45 wide receiver. He's behind guys like Tutu Atwell, Josh Palmer, Terry McLaurin, Josh Downs, Josh Reynolds, etc. Michael Thomas, players like that. So I do prefer Curtis Samuel ahead of him. It's not a huge difference, but 10 spots in terms of overall rankings is significant enough in my mind to where I am confident playing Curtis Samuel there. Thank you, BA. Appreciate the question. All right, so after BA's question, who do we have available before we get this early Sunday game going away? Torrin Davis has full PPR. I need help with my RB2 and my flex. I have Hall, Swift, Waddle, and or Ridley. Okay, so RB2 would be Swift, and your flex would be Ridley. Thank you. Appreciate it, Torrin Davis. Let's see here. After Torrin Davis, what do we have? Torrin Davis, and then we have Dre Day. Where's Dre? Got to find his name in the chat somewhere. Where is Dre Day? Dre Day, here we go. Dre Day's question is, half PPR Flowers, Chuba Hubbard, or Garrett Wilson in the flex? I'll take Flowers there, yeah, for sure. In a half PPR, that would be my preferred of the three. Let's see here. We have Vic Texas 361 says non-PPR Gus Edwards or Deontay Foreman. Foreman for sure. Thank you. Scott Simon says full PPR. Addison or Olave in the flex. I'll take Addison there. Thank you. iShine 101 says full PPR pick 3, 2 flex spots. Nico Collins, Zach Moss, Stevenson, Godwin, Michael Thomas, KJ Osborne, and Joshua Downs. Okay, so if I'm picking 3, 2 full PPR pick 3, 2 flex spots. Okay, so out of that group, if I'm picking 3 of these options, it would be Nico Collins. It would be Chris. Yeah, Nico Collins, Chris Godwin, and Ramondre Stevenson there. iShine, thank you. Let's see here. We have a question from Ahmed E. It says PPR flex, Flowers, KJ Osborne, or Jonathan Taylor. It's probably Flowers there. In a full PPR scoring format, I think he could probably catch the ball 6-7 times for 60, 70 yards. I think that's on the, in the realm of possibility. Getting yourself, 12 to 14 points without even a touchdown in comparison to Jonathan Taylor. I don't think Jonathan Taylor can get to that point unless he scores a touchdown. So I would take Flowers there, Ahmed. Thank you. SKS 224 says, hey, bud, PPR flex. James Cook, good game script against the Giants, or Waddle. Ridley, Chase, K9, Pacheco are my starters. If I'm playing one of the two in a full PPR, let's see here. Who would I have ranked higher? Where's Waddle in comparison to James Cook? I have Jalen Waddle ahead of James Cook today. The primary reason, again, is because the 2 starting safeties of the Carolina Panthers are out. And if J.C. Horn is pulling the coverage of Tyreek Hill on the other side of the field, it's going to open up a lot of opportunity. And the fact that they don't have Achane really does push this offense to probably have to pass the ball significantly more in the given week, I think this could be a big game here for Tua. And of course, could be one of those breakout games like early last season we saw from Waddle that we haven't seen thus far this season that kind of gets him over, the just over like this slight hump that he needs to get over in a full PPR format. Thank you. Either way, you know that they're both great plays. I think they both end up scoring easily double-digit fantasy points. But if I'm just looking for the total upside, I look at James Cook. I think to myself, this is going to be a blowout. He doesn't probably play in the second half. He, again, doesn't get the goal line work. So unless he breaks off at a huge run for a touchdown, he's less likely to score. So that for those reasons, I'm just going to lean in the direction of Waddle there. Thank you. Unknown KG sends in a super chat. Thank you very much. Says, pick one for the flex. Rachaad White, Gabe Davis, or Lockett. I'll take Gabe Davis there. That's fine. I'll take Gabe Davis first. I'll take Lockett second. I'll take Rachaad White third. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's see here. Rob says, in a half PPR, risk it with Saquon or go JT or Olave. In a half PPR scoring format, let's see if I have Olave ranked higher than JT. Taylor. Do I have Taylor ranked? I do. I have Taylor ranked pretty significantly low. Oh, that's a full PPR. Hold up. I think it'll probably be very similar, though, but let's see. No, it's not very similar. They're slightly closer, but I still have Olave ahead of Jonathan Taylor this week and ahead of Saquon as well. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Flight Zone Music, hope you're doing well, says, Gainwell, Craig Reynolds, Charbonnet, pick 2 PPR. If I'm playing 2 of those options, it would be Gainwell and Craig Reynolds. Thank you. And Washington defense or Rams defense. I would rather play the Rams defense this week. Thank you. Again, I saw someone in the chat was asking what are your defensive kicker rankings. We'll go over that as soon as we can get close to 200 likes here on the live stream. If you guys could do me a solid, click the likes down below, and I'll be more than happy to share kicker and defensive rankings this week. All right, moving on. Alex Sondgrass, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Alex. Says, hoping for the Bengals to win today from me and the Rams to win for you. Listen, man, if the Rams win, the Rams win. I don't really care that much. If they end up losing, listen, I'm very desensitized to losing. So, don't worry about me. Anyway, I appreciate that, Alex. Let's hope that your Bengals can win. Standard, I have Laporta / Goddard. Okay. In a standard scoring format, let me see here. Who plays in the early slate? Week 6 NFL. Who plays in the early slate? So, the Lions don't play until the afternoon, and the Eagles play. Oh, they also play in the afternoon. So if we can get to the afternoon window, and we're in a situation where Laporta is going to play, and Goddard obviously is going to play, but if Laporta is activated and they say he's going to play, I'd still rather play Goddard just in case. I think he's a really good option. He's got a really good matchup, and I'm worried about Laporta's calf injury. So for right now, I would lean in the direction of playing Goddard there, Alex. Thank you. Infinity and Bijan says, what value could I get for trading Saquon? I mean, that depends, right? Depends on someone's desperation for a running back and their preference on a big name as such. Like if you're going to trade away Saquon at this point, I would hope that I'm getting back someone of the caliber of DeAndre Swift, Kenneth Walker, Alvin Kamara, Kyron Williams, etc. Thank you. At a base minimum. Otherwise, I want Montgomery. Let's see here. We had a question from Christian Ewing. Thank you very much, Kristen. Says, I need a flex. Do I play it safe with DeMercado, or do I go with T. Higgins or Saquon Barkley in a full PPR? I would play T. Higgins. I don't think DeMercado is as safe as we think, so I'd go with T. Higgins out of that bunch in a full PPR. Thank you. Perry Lewis, thank you very much. Says, I'm currently 5-0. I have Trevor Lawrence. Is Trevor Lawrence good enough for a rest of season quarterback? I think he is. His matchups are going to be difficult, but I think that only forces him to have to throw the ball even more in those games that he has upcoming here. So I'm comfortable with him. He was my, I think, number 8 ranked quarterback prior to the season beginning. I would probably have him in a very similar situation. Okay, so now that we've caught up on some of these questions, let me get to a couple more of these, and then I'll mention kicker and defensive rankings. iShine101 says, flex needed, Marquise Hollywood Brown in a PPR or Ramondre Stevenson. I would play Marquise Hollywood Brown there in a full PPR. Thank you. Okay, so let's go over kicker and defensive rankings, shall we? I do appreciate y'all joining us this morning. Good morning, of course. Where is this game even being played? Is this on NFL Network, or is this on an ESPN broadcast? Let's go see. All right, so let's go over my top 12 defenses. Okay, here we go. Number 1, we have the Buffalo Bills. Number 2, San Francisco 49ers. 3, Miami Dolphins. 4, Philadelphia Eagles. 5, Baltimore Ravens. 6, Jacksonville Jaguars. 7, New Orleans Saints. 8, Los Angeles Chargers. 9, Las Vegas Raiders. 10, Houston Texans. 11, Detroit Lions. 12, Minnesota Vikings. Those are my top 12 defenses for this week. Let's see here. Okay, I found the game. Thank you. We're good to go. Top 12 kickers. Number 1, Jake Elliott. Number 2, Kaimi Fairbairn. Number 3, Tyler Bass. Number 4 was Justin Tucker, but he's gone, so we'll erase him out of the list. So number 4 would now be Evan McPherson. 5 would be Brandon Aubrey. 6 would be Jake Moody. 7 would be Cameron Dicker. 8 is Brett Maher. 9 is Brandon McManus. 10 is Blake Groupie. 11 is Nick Folk. He's gone now. So 11 would be Jason Sanders. And now I don't have a 12th because I had 14 names, and now that they're all gone because 2 of them have already started playing. So now we have top 11 kickers remaining. And hopefully that helps you guys out. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's go back to answering some of these questions as Lamar Jackson and the boys try to put some points up on the board, shall we? There, he's already 4 for 4 passing. We'd love to see it. Obviously, last week was a little bit of a meltdown for that team, but let's just hope. Oh, man, is that an offensive lineman already hurt? Jeez. Okay, here we go. Next questions come in from Sven Dragon. Sven Dragon, thank you very much. Says, dropping Moss to pick up Foreman and play him over Breece Hall? Question mark. Am I dropping Moss to do that? I don't think I'm dropping Moss to do that. You got to remember that next week, Roshan Johnson returns from the concussion protocol. So for now, I would probably just keep what you have. I'm not too keen on making any crazy moves as such. You could if you would like to. I mean, again, I do prefer Foreman this week, but I don't think it's like a necessary move for you to make. Thank you. All right, let's see here. We move on to Bad Sports. Bad Sports says, in a full PPR, let's see what this question says. Sit 1, Waddle, St. Brown, Puka, or Mixon? In a full PPR, I'm sitting Mixon. I would rather play Waddle, St. Brown, and Puka. Thank you. Terod Taylor says, trade Kenneth Walker and Tyler Lockett for Derrick Henry and Pickett. I don't understand the trade. Why would you make that trade? I would rather have, even if it's not Pickett and it's Pickens, I would rather have Walker and Lockett rest of the season. Thank you. Auntie Slayer, hope you're doing well, Auntie Slayer, says full PPR, 2 flex spots, Brian Robinson, Breece Hall, Nico Collins, and Flowers. All right, sorry for the lateness, but I mean, you sent in the question also 2 minutes late anyway, so the game had already started. So Flowers is out of the realm of possibility unless you've already played him. Auntie Slayer, let me know in the chat. It'd be greatly appreciated, just so I know if I'm still picking 2. Actually, let me just pick 2 names out of the 3 that are remaining. Assuming you didn't play Flowers, out of that group, I would rather, I'd feel most comfortable playing Nico Collins alongside of Brian Robinson today. Thank you. In a full PPR. Joe Mixon or Mike Evans says Steel City. I would rather play Mike Evans this week. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Now that I've caught up on some of the super chat questions, we're going to go ahead and start answering questions in the live chat. I do appreciate you guys being patient. Again, there's one of me and many of you. I'm going to do my best to try to get to as many questions as I can, whether it's directly answering it or by proxy of answering somebody else's question. Hopefully we can answer as many questions as we can. There are, there's still 3 hours and 20 minutes of this live stream remaining. So we got a lot of time here. Duncan McSweeney in the chat said, Geno Smith over Baker. Yes, I have Baker. Oh, you know what? Let me update my rankings on screen considering the game has already started. So these are the updated rankings. This excludes all players from the Baltimore Ravens and Tennessee Titans game on screen. So now I have Baker Mayfield as my number 16. And yes, I do have Geno Smith ahead of him today. But Baker Mayfield, again, is a pretty solid option for those of you who play in a super flex format as your QB2. Burrow or Herbert, says Eric. Again, as of this week, I'll take Justin Herbert over Joe Burrow. It's going to be an exciting game where the Dallas Cowboys probably get their defense rolled on Monday Night Football. So I would feel pretty comfortable playing Justin Herbert tomorrow. All right. Let me stop paying attention to the game and let's answer some more questions. Cooper W. Thank you, Cooper. I greatly appreciate that. Cooper says, DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift in a full PPR. Weather for Bears is windy. Yeah, look, I will be the first one to tell you, wind does not scare me. Wind has lost its meaning in games to me, I think 3 years ago. I've been doing this long enough on Sunday mornings to where I know that wind does not play a factor. The volume of times that we have talked about wind, playing a difference in a Sunday, game, and the fact that it doesn't at a ridiculously high capacity. Like, it just does not impact the game at all. Weather, in terms of rain, will certainly impact the game in terms of passing the ball, for sure. But wind does not do anything. Like, Thursday's game was, I think, 17-mile-per-hour winds. Was Travis Kelce complaining about those targets? I mean, not really, right? Because, again, it's not a huge difference maker, and it hasn't really, in my anecdotal opinion, ever played a big difference there. All right, let's see here. Should I start Goff over Hurts? Good question, Sting. No. Play Jalen Hurts. He's my top ranked quarterback of the remaining quarterbacks. The top two cornerbacks of the New York Jets today, Reed and Gardner, are both out. So Jalen Hurts should have himself a pretty good day. Flex full PPR, Nico Collins or DeAndre Swift. Major ace. I would rather play DeAndre there. I'm very confident in that. Let's see here. Tyrone Jenkins in the chat was saying full PPR. I need a wide receiver 3 and a flex. Kyron Williams, Ayuk, T. Higgins, Lockett, Flowers. Out of that group, it would probably be Kyron Williams and Ayuk there. Yeah, Kyron and Ayuk. Thanks, man. London or Garrett Wilson in a full PPR. Let me see who I have ranked higher. I have Drake London still ahead of him. Yeah. The difference between the two primarily has to do with matchup. And even though the Philadelphia Eagles have given up their fair share of points to opposing wide receivers, unless Zach Wilson is going to easily funnel target him 15 times, I don't think Garrett Wilson is as valuable or more valuable than Drake London in the given week, considering how terrible that Washington Commanders secondary has been, and considering the fact that Desmond Ridder in a stadium which has got a dome over its head, at home, comfortable, probably going to have himself another one of these big games. I wouldn't be surprised if Drake London, who's currently ranked as my number 30 wide receiver of the remaining, finishes as a top 20 guy this week. It wouldn't surprise me if he found the end zone specifically. All right, Jonathan in the chat was saying, you know what? Let's see here. So we had 83% of people, 900 total votes vote for the poll. So I'm going to end the poll there. 83% of people think that the Baltimore Ravens are going to win. Let's see how that thing looks by the time we get to halftime, if that still is consistent. All right, Jonathan Modisette says 6-point per passing touchdown with 2-point bonus at 200 yards and 300 yards. Okay. You got Baker Mayfield or CJ Stroud? I would rather have CJ Stroud there. Yeah. -2 per sack. -2 per sack taken. Yeah, I'm not going to go do research on sacks taken and offensive line efficiency in that regard. You can miss me with that, but yeah, for now, I will lean towards playing CJ Stroud. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Ben Venata says, pick one, Michael Thomas, Tutu Atwell, Josh Downs, or Josh Reynolds in a half PPR. If I'm playing one in a half PPR scoring format, it would be Michael Thomas. Yeah. As you can see on screen, to the very right side, my number 35 ranked wide receiver is Michael Thomas. 36 is Josh Reynolds. Peek behind the curtain, Joshua Downs is after him, and Tutu Atwell is after Josh Downs. So Michael Thomas is ranked highest. Ross in the chat was saying, let's get some likes. Yes, let's get some likes. That'd be greatly appreciated. There's about 530 of you in the chat. If you could do me a favor, click the like button down below. It'd be greatly appreciated. Simply Rageous says, DJ Moore is too low on your list. Well, here's the reality, right? If you have DJ Moore on your roster and you're not starting him this week, that's on you. But if I had all of those wide receivers to my disposal, right? If I had all wide receivers available and I'm putting together a DFS squad with no budget, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take those 12 other wide receivers over him in a half PPR scoring format. That would just be my approach to it going into the given week. Let's see here. DJ Chark or Tyler Boyd? DJ Chark. Mantis says, standard 6-point quarterback league. I'm so confused as to standard 6-point QB flex. And then you ask a question about 2 running backs. I don't understand what the context of the standard 6-point QB flex holds, but I'd rather play James Cook over Breece Hall. I'll tell you that much, Mantis. Thanks. Yeah, I don't understand the entire purpose of that. Let's see here. Maddox Snyder says Foreman or Josh Palmer in a full PPR? I'd rather play Foreman there. I don't trust Josh Palmer taking on majority of the coverage from Stephon Gilmore all day tomorrow. Let's see here. Ross says full PPR, DeMercado, Lazard, or Rashid Shaheed. In a full PPR, at that point, I'd probably just play DeMercado. I don't trust Lazard. I don't trust Rashid Shaheed to do too much. If Derek Carr was playing better, I would probably lean in the direction of Rashid Shaheed, but he's not. Joshua Hector says, should I play DeAndre Swift or Jalen Waddle in a full PPR format? Let's see who I have ranked higher. Waddle or Swift? I have Waddle at there, and I have Swift lower. Yeah, I'd go with Waddle there. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's see what's going on in this game, huh? Baltimore's up 3-0. Are the Tennessee Titans even able to move the ball in any sort of capacity? I guess we'll have to wait and see. Come on, hurry up. Let's go. Let me see some plays here. Let me see Derrick Henry rip off a nice 60-yard touchdown, huh? I think that would be the best way to start our Sunday morning here from London. Let's blow up the stadium with a play action. And was that Westbrook Akine? Most likely. And it was, yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Ma3M8 says Cole Kmet or Dallas Goedert half PPR. The rankings that are on screen as of right now to the right of me, quite literally, are half PPR rankings for this morning. I have Goddard ahead of him, as you can see on screen. So, again, a reminder, if you have questions, remember, a lot of the rankings on screen could potentially answer them without even having to ask in the chat or even ask me. Like somebody asked JT, or why do you have JT over Moss? Well, the expectation is that Moss and JT are going to split more snaps this week, as they've mentioned already in a couple interviews this week. So if they're going to split more snaps and they're going to go 50-50 instead of that 70-30 overall split, the expectation would be that Jonathan Taylor with more opportunity could probably score just as many points as Zach Moss, and it won't be as one-sided as it was last week. But again, rankings are on screen. They don't have explanations to them, but that's just the hard work, the research that I've done in the given week have led me to these overall rankings. And in a lot of these scenarios, these overall rankings are based on the fact that, like, even though a player could have a tough matchup, it does not matter. If it's, Austin Eckler versus Dallas, oh, Dallas is tough against running backs. I don't care. It's Austin Eckler, right? Like, there are things that hold precedent over matchups and variables and all that kind of jazz. It doesn't matter. As long as you have a great player, you're starting them regardless. You know what I mean? Let's see here. We had a question from Isaac. Isaac, very generous of you. Thank you very much. Isaac says, Achane is out until week 11. Yeah, I heard that. I read that this morning. Which Miami back would you target? My current team is Burrow, Chase, Jacoby Myers, Pollard, Montgomery, Laporta, Olave, Kenneth Walker. My bench is Trevor Lawrence, Charbonnet, Dowdle, Tank. Oh, yeah, if I'm targeting a singular Miami running back and it's not Mostert, it's Jeff Wilson Jr. by far and away. Jeff Wilson Jr. is the second best back on that team right now, for sure. Thank you. Benzo says Evans without an injury designation is a beautiful thing. It absolutely is. You're not wrong in any sort of capacity. It is a beautiful sight to see, for sure. Let's see here. Okay. Did they go to commercial already? They did. All right, let me see here. Let me go catch a couple things, make sure everything's good to go. I got to go and also look at some of my lineups for this week just so that I'm not lost with all the ones that I have. Okay, cool. So that's done. All right, let's see here. A couple questions in the chat. Somebody was asking Drake London or T. Higgins. I have Drake London ranked higher. As you can see on screen, T. Higgins is at 32, Drake London's at 30. Long-term pick 4, Puka, Myers, Diggs, St. Brown, Devonta Smith, Evans. Picking 4 long-term, Diggs number 1, St. Brown number 2, Evans number 3, Devonta Smith number 4. Long term. Rest of the season. Pittman or Debo? I prefer Pittman. Thank you. Isaiah says, wait on Saquon's status tonight and pick up Breida slash Gray, or should I start Chuba Hubbard? Is it worth the risk slash upside? Is it worth the risk slash upside? That's a really good question. When does the Carolina Panthers play? Let's see here. NFL Week 6. I'm actually curious. So they play literally in... Okay, so they play in 3 hours. If I was to suggest playing one over the other, and you're in a matchup where you just need a base solid like 8 fantasy points and a half PPR from Chuba Hubbard, assuming he doesn't score a touchdown, he's able to get 8 fantasy points from his rushing statistics, receptions, receiving yards, etc. I would probably say, let's just do that. Let's get the safe points and let's not worry about it. But if you're in a matchup already where you're down a significant amount of points, or you're already expected to kind of lose, I would probably take the risk. Why does the... What is that? I'm looking on Yahoo as I just typed in like NFL Week 6, and it has like a designation next to the Ravens and Titans game where it says delayed. Why is it delayed? Time to be determined. Like their start, like was there lightning in the area, or is this completely just... It might be just completely incorrect. Okay, anyway, getting back to some questions. Sorry, guys. All right, let's see here. Xavier Rubin sent in a super chat. Thank you, Xavier. Says, what's going on, Andrew? I need some words of from the wise. Okay, very well. In your opinion, Nico Collins or Chris Godwin? Out of the two, I'd rather play Nico Collins. Tank Dell's going to be out. And even though he does have primary coverage from Marshawn Lattimore, he is going to be the only wide receiver in that offense that is probably seeing a fair share of targets. I think, Robert Woods was dealing with an injury this week. He's going to be active, but it'll probably be a lot of receptions going the direction of Nico Collins first and foremost. As to whether he scores a touchdown, that is, to be determined. I'm not going to suggest that he will, because it is difficult to predict that. But for right now, yeah, I'll take Nico Collins there. Also, Trevor Lawrence or Brock Purdy. I prefer Trevor Lawrence. Again, he's played very well in the last 3 games against the Indianapolis Colts. I think he's seeing nearly an 80% passing completion percentage in the last 3 games he's played against them. And the Jacksonville Jaguars have the Indianapolis Colts number when they play at home. So I'll suggest that. Thank you. iShine 101 comes in with another question. Says half PPR. Floor. Jahan Dotson, DJ Chark, Michael Wilson, Jamison Williams, Devontae Parker, or Darius Slayton. I'll take DJ Chark out of the group there. Thank you, iShine. Appreciate it. South Central Love says Debo or Addison. I prefer Addison. Moyo Dan says start Deontay Foreman or Taylor full PPR. I need to win this week. I think we all need to win this week. But if I am suggesting as to who I would play this week in your flex RB2, whatever this is, I'd rather play Foreman. Chuba Hubbard or Garrett Wilson. I'll take Garrett Wilson there, Joel. Thank you, Joel Bailey. Let's see here. Cole Kmet, 2 PPR or Chris Olave, 1 PPR. Oh, so wow. So you get 2 points per reception for Cole Kmet or 1 point per reception for Chris Olave. I'll take Cole Kmet there. Yeah, I'll take Cole Kmet there for sure. Where's Amari Cooper? On my bench because Deshaun Watson's not playing this week. They have PJ Walker playing, and I don't really trust that as a dependable enough option. Okay, so what are the chances that they actually hand the ball off to Derrick Henry and he scores a rushing touchdown? Because the last time I saw that was a little while ago. They just pulled DeAndre Hopkins off the field, which my assumption is that they're going to go with like a 13 personnel, 1 back, 3 tight ends, and they're going to punch this in, hopefully. Brian Robinson or Josh Downs in a full PPR? That's a really good question, Nicholas. Full PPR, I think Josh Downs and Brian Robinson Jr. have very similar baselines of production. Are they really kicking a field goal? Oh, come on, man. All right, well, I mean, I guess that's Nick Folk scoring some points. I think Josh Downs in a full PPR comparatively to Brian Robinson Jr. have very similar baselines of production. I think they could both very easily score 12 fantasy points in a full PPR. No questions asked. Who has the higher potential for upside of a touchdown? Probably leans in the direction of Brian Robinson Jr., which I guess you can go in his direction unless you expect somehow to see Josh Downs catch 10 passes today, which it's not out of the realm of possibility. I just think it's less likely than his typical, 6 or 7 catches for 50 or 60 yards. Where's Scary Terry? He's also on my bench. Why? Because he plays against AJ Terrell. AJ Terrell is one of the best corner coverage guys in the league, and Terry McLaurin does not see enough targets for me to specifically say, hey, yeah, you should feel confident playing him, because I don't feel any confidence playing him personally. Let's see here. Thank you, Joel. Appreciate that. Okay, let's see here. We had a question. All right, let's go. Let me scroll back up to see. Henry in the chat was okay. So we took our heading question. Okay, cool. Donahue Brown, what's up? Injury delay? Oh, okay, it was an injury delay. Got it. I'm about to say, I was like, what's going on here? Hope you're doing well, Donahue. Tomas Medina says, buenos dias. Tight end stream Cade Otton, Hayden Hurst, Dawson Knox, or Dalton Kincaid. Out of the bunch there, Tomas, I'd actually play Hayden Hurst. I don't really trust Knox or Kincaid. If they'd like to show up this week, that's fine, but I don't really trust either of the two. Cade Otton is not a bad player because he's got a decent matchup, but I think Hayden Hurst is probably the best of the bunch. Even though it's a sketchy play, I think Miami's matchup and the fact that they'll be throwing for majority of the second half helps him. Dalton Schultz or Hunter Henry, full PPR. High society, I'd rather play Dalton Schultz there. Again, like I was mentioning earlier, the expectation is that there's going to be no Tank Dell in the matchup today. And with that being the case, Dalton Schultz should see a pretty high volume of targets similar to last week. Last week, he had 10 targets. I don't expect him to score a touchdown per se this week like he did last week, but I think that the target volume and the receptions, receiving yards will be sufficient enough for his fantasy upside in comparison to someone like Hunter Henry. Let's see here. DJ in the chat said, hey, Andrew, would you flex Madison or Stevenson over Nico Collins in a full PPR? I probably, let me see here. I'm going to say I probably wouldn't. Nico Collins is there. No, I have Nico Collins at 47. I have Alexander Madison at 50 and Ramondre at 57 in my flex rankings, full PPR. So Nico Collins would be the guy that I would play there. All right, we had a couple more questions came in from via Super Chat. I appreciate y'all sending those in. Chriso.2 says, Mixon and Ridley for Smith, Kirk, Stevenson. Good trade, question mark. All right, so you're sending Mixon and Ridley and you're getting back Devonta Smith, Christian Kirk, and Ramondre Stevenson. I would probably rather keep Mixon and Ridley. I think Ridley and Smith, I prefer Ridley. Mixon and Stevenson, I prefer Mixon. And if I'm looking at Christian Kirk and the influence he plays, I don't know if it's enough for me to feel convinced to make the switch, especially with Zay Jones eventually coming back within that offense. I would probably just keep Mixon and Ridley there. Andrew Clark says, Salvin Ahmed or Amari Cooper this week in a full PPR. Okay, so in a full PPR scoring format, let's say, for example, Salvin Ahmed's, man, I want to assume that he can maybe get himself enough garbage time points, but if he scores a touchdown, he's going to be the better option going into the week. But is there a guarantee that he technically scores a touchdown? No. In my full PPR rankings, I have Amari Cooper ranked higher. So that's what I would suggest. Would you start JT or Moss? I would start JT. As to whether that's going to be accurate or not, I mean, I also had JT ranked higher last week, right? So that didn't really bode well for me. But who could have imagined the game in which Zach Moss goes for 156 rushing yards or something like that against the Tennessee Titans? I didn't expect it, that's for sure. JT or Ramondre, full PPR. Andy, I would probably go with Ramondre there. I'm going to be honest. As much as I like Jonathan Taylor, I have a feeling that the New England Patriots are going to get their shit together today. I think they will. I think they'll clean up whatever mess of an offense they have to an extent, mainly because the advantageous matchup against the Raiders, first and foremost. I know the New Orleans Saints really beat them up last week, but the New Orleans Saints is an elite defense in comparison to what the Raiders are, providing this week. Phil says, chat need one flex: Lamb, Smith, Evans, or Waddle. Yeah, if I'm playing one of those four, Phil, I'm probably playing Lamb against the Chargers this week. All right, there were a couple more questions that were sent in so after Chriso's question, we have Brandon Malone. Brandon Malone, thank you, appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Drop one and pick up Chuba Hubbard, or Amari DeMercado. Drop one to pick up Chuba or Amari, both on bench. I'm so confused. Did half your message get like detached there, Brandon? Let me see if you have anything in the chat, because this message does not make any sense to me at all. There's nothing. Hey, can you do me a favor and try to explain your question in the live chat with a little bit more explanation that has just more details? Because drop one to pick up that, like, I don't even know, like, am I just suggesting who to pick up? Like, if I'm picking up one of the two, it's Chuba Hubbard because he's ranked higher, right? But I don't know if that's what you're asking, because if you're saying drop one, like, who am I dropping? Are you giving me names to select from, etc.? You know what I mean? Sam Howell or Gardner Minshew this week, says Robert Ryan Manson. I would play Sam Howell this week. Madison or Waddle in a PPR. I'd rather play Waddle there. Leonard. Yeah, Leonard. But it doesn't have a capital L, so I don't know if that's an L or not. High Society says, wake up, LOL. Who are you talking to, High Society? Because if I'm, I might be asleep, but you're probably talking to somebody else. I'm not asleep at the wheel, not yet. Give me like 2 more hours, I'll be asleep at the wheel. Let's see here. We have Freeman Marcus. Thank you very much, Freeman, with the super chat. It says, pick 3. Drake London, Tyler Lockett, Jerome Ford, Deontay Foreman, standard league. In a standard format, I play Deontay Foreman, I'd play Tyler Lockett, and I'd play Drake London. I'm benching Jerome Ford this week. Thank you. Kristen Ewing says, trade Brian Robinson Jr. / T. Higgins for Devontae Adams and Rachaad White. Assuming that Rachaad White doesn't have to be a weekly start for you for the remainder of the season, you have other running back depth that is going to be a weekly start, yeah, I would make that trade. Thank you. Dylan says, full PPR flex, Jake Ferguson, Kendre Miller, or Brandon Powell. I'd probably play Jake Ferguson out of the group. I think Brandon Powell is a decent option. I have him in my wide receiver rankings. He's not really high on those rankings, even though he had himself, 5 targets, 4 catches, 45 receiving yards last week. But yeah, for now, I'd probably lean towards Jake Ferguson. Let's see here. Let me go ahead. Who is next on the super chat list? We took care of Dylan. We have 11. Davila Lobos says, hey, Andrew, I'm currently 1-4. I have a 10-team full PPR league. I need 1 wide receiver and 1 flex. I have Waddle. I have Debo. I have Kirk. I have Godwin. I'm starting Trevor Lawrence. Do I stack? So for sure, I want to play Waddle there. As to whether I want to play Christian Kirk in comparison, I don't trust Christian Kirk too much against the Indianapolis Colts, to be honest. In the last 3 games that he has played against them, they don't really utilize him at a high, capacity. I think the matchup against Kenny Moore, the primary nickel corner, does a pretty good job against him. So if I'm playing one of the other options, I'm okay playing Godwin alongside a Waddle there. Lobos, thank you. All right, let's see here. What are we doing? Are they going to score here? Let's get a Mark Andrews touchdown, shall we? Please and thank you. Let's not give it to Justice Hill, though. Don't break my heart. And where are you throwing the ball, Lamar? And now we got to kick a field goal. What a disaster. All right, moving back. OBJ is doing his thing, Andrew. He knows how to use his hands. Does he? Let's see here. Let's go find the box score of this game. OBJ has 2 catches for 34. I don't know if that's enough to convince me that he knows how to use his hands. Not yet. Let's see here. Derrick Henry has 3 carries for 4 yards. That's disgusting. All right, and DeAndre Hopkins doesn't have a reception yet. Of course, that's pure Tennessee Titans offense right there, baby. All righty. Let me see if I can find the Brandon Malone explanation, if I can get one. Drop one to pick up a defense. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, so that's what pick up D, man. Okay, now I understand, Brandon. You gotta listen, brother. You just gotta type it all out. Let's make it easy for me. All right. If I'm dropping one to pick up a defense, it would probably end up being dropping Chuba Hubbard. The primary reason because of let's see here, week 7. So in week 7, if I'm not mistaken, the Carolina Panthers are on bye week. Let me confirm this. The Carolina Panthers are on bye week next week. So I would drop Chuba Hubbard and I would pick up a defense because Chuba Hubbard and Miles Sanders, when we get back to week 8, Miles Sanders will once again be the starter. Chuba Hubbard's only a 1-week thing. So while while Keontae Ingram, your alternative option there. Or sorry, no, you don't have Keontae Ingram. You have Amari DeMercado. At least Amari DeMercado is not a 1-week thing, as he'll be relevant until the return of James Conner. So yeah, I'd keep Amari. I would drop Chuba Hubbard. Thank you for the explanation. And now that we've gotten that, we're good to go. Moving on, we had a question from Little Boy Blue. Little Boy Blue, well, nice to see you, man. Long time no see. Let's see here. What do you got in terms of question for me? Little Boy Blue says, any news on JT in case workload increase on workload? Yes, he should have an increase on workload. Or should I start Zach Moss? And is Salvin Ahmed worth a start? Salvin Ahmed is only worth a start in a desperate situation. Again, where I have him ranked on screen currently is where RB26. So he's just ahead of players that, again, are not the greatest and don't see a high volume of opportunity. And even if they do, they either got tough matchups or other running backs in their backfield that are going to hurt their overall value. So comparatively, I'd like to play Jonathan Taylor first and foremost to answer your question. And I don't know if Salvin Ahmed in your situation is worth a start. Thank you, Little Boy Blue. Caleb Hoskins, thank you, Caleb. I appreciate it. Says, why do you have Addison over Michael Pittman? Just curious. Yeah, the primary reason that I lean in that direction is because the weather this morning cleared up a little bit in Chicago, so it should be a pass-heavy game for the Minnesota Vikings. Primarily, again, like I've mentioned in the past, the Minnesota Vikings throw the ball in terms of pass rate more than any other offense. They throw the ball 70% of the time, and the assumption is going to be that if the primary X wide receiver is going to continue, or if they're going to move KJ Osborne into that role, Jordan Addison against the number 2 cornerback of the Chicago Bears should be a pretty easy week. I mean, the guy was already able to put up consistent weeks of 15 plus fantasy points. Imagine now when there's 10 plus targets available within that offense for these receiving options to have with no Justin Jefferson available. I think he gets a pretty significant boost. Michael Pittman Jr. has played very well against the Jacksonville Jaguars. I just don't know if I can trust that team going down to Jacksonville and putting up any semblance of a good performance. That's my only concern there. But I think they're good enough to where in the opportunities that he's given, Michael Pittman Jr. probably finishes with like 7 or 8 catches today for, I would venture to say, 60 plus receiving yards. Scoring a touchdown, though, that's a tough one for me to potentially see occur in comparison to Addison, who's been a touchdown machine and has Kirk Cousins, while, of course, Michael Pittman Jr. lost Anthony Richardson. Nathan J. sends in a question, says, half PPR Pierce or tempt fate with Laporta? Pierce as in Dameon Pierce? I would rather tempt fate with Laporta. I don't like the matchup at all against the New Orleans Saints. So I would tempt the fate. Osborne or Palmer starting Madison already? Matthew Williams, I would still start Osborne there. High Lord Reptile says, Burrow and Kamara for Chase? Question mark. I have Jefferson on ice. Yeah, you have Captain America on ice. I don't know what the rest of your team looks like, so I can't objectively say whether that's a great move for you. But I think in a vacuum, I'm willing to make that trade. Give me Chase. That's fine. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from Bale Kim. Bale, hope you're doing well. Thank you. Reason for London being low. Wait, what is it? Reason for London being low at 30? Great matchup. What do you mean by low at 30? Y'all got to explain these messages, man. You're making me think that I'm like just losing my mind over here. These messages don't make any sense. Low at 30? What does that mean? All right, moving on. We had a question that was sent in from Freddie. Dydroff says, in a full PPR, is Brian Robinson Jr. still over Chuba Hubbard this week? Yes, he is still ahead of Chuba Hubbard. Thank you. As someone who lives in Minnesota, KJ Osborne is trash. Death, I don't know if you're right on that. Yeah. I don't think you're right on that. With opportunity, KJ Osborne is a great receiver. Is he a good, is he like Justin Jefferson incredible, all-star? No, he's not going to be a Pro Bowler. He's not going to be, a guy that's putting up 15 points a week in fantasy. But when you give him 7 to 10 targets, he's going to do pretty good damage for fantasy purposes. And that's the thing. You don't got to be a incredible wide receiver to have any sort of upside. You just got to have enough targets and enough catches to be fantasy relevant. But when given an opportunity, you go back to late 2021 when Thielen missed considerable time. I think he missed 5 games late in that season. KJ Osborne was averaging 14 fantasy points per game throughout that span of time. Now I understand now they have different personnel within the offense, but without JJ there, it does make a difference. So he's going to be a solid play. I'll tell you that much. Where do I have him ranked? I have him at 34. Like, I'm not expecting him to be a world beater, but I think he'll certainly be a decent option. Let's see here. We had Robert. Okay, thank you, Robert. I'm on Raw or Swift in a half PPR. I would go with Swift there. Full PPR, start 2 Garrett Wilson, Ayuk, DK, or Higgins. Out of that group, I'd play DK Metcalf and I'd play Brandon Ayuk. Thank you. All right. Bale Kim sent in a follow-up question. Sorry. Why don't have London ranked higher? Oh, Drake London. Okay. Now I understand. Why don't I have Drake London ranked higher? Because, to be totally honest, as much as I think Desmond Ridder is going to play well this week, I'm still very much so scared of the potential in which he doesn't show up. Also, if I was to move him up, I would only ever consider moving him up maybe one spot ahead of Christian Kirk. Otherwise, Tyler Lockett has more upside. Chris Godwin has more target opportunity. Nico Collins significantly has more upside and target opportunity. Marquise Hollywood-Brown has been really consistent. Ayuk and Deebo Samuel at a drop of a hat could both come away with that game with 2 touchdowns. Gabe Davis has been a touchdown monster. Like, there are so many better options ahead of him that also have better quarterback play. I don't know if I'm willing to push, Drake London ahead of those guys at this moment. Let's see here. Ajda. Hopefully I didn't butcher that name, but Ajda. Hope you're doing well. Says Nico higher if Tank is out. No, I already have him ranked as if Tank Dell is already out. Flex Nico or Waddle. No, I'd still play Waddle there. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Anthony Barrett says PPR, Gabe Davis or Godwin. I'll take Gabe Davis there. Also, Rashad White or Deontay Foreman. I'll take Deontay Foreman there. Thank you. Sean says, I see your rankings, but should I start CJ Stroud over Lawrence? No. Why would I suggest you got to be talking to somebody else. There's no way you're talking to me, right? There's no way I would suggest for you to play one guy over the other when it's not in my rankings as such. You got to remember, CJ Stroud has a really tough matchup against the Saints, man. It is not an easy one, to say the very least. It is not easy. What is Tannehill doing? Can we get Tannehill replaced, please? Like, what are we doing, man? I can't believe that the Titans are still in a position. I understand that they paid him a lot of money, but I can't believe that they're still in a position to where they have Tannehill on this team. Like, if I was the Titans, I'd be calling Minnesota right now. I'd be like, hey, what could we do to convince Kirk Cousins to absolve his overall, no trade clause? How could we get him to release that? What do we got to do for him? And I would bring in Kirk Cousins immediately to try to change this. Oh my God, look at that kickoff return. He is gone. He's gone. Is that Duvernay? No way, Duvernay. You're getting... Did he get ran down by the punter? He got ran down by the punter? Okay, anyway, moving on. Sean sends in a super chat. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it. It says full PPR. Cooper. I'm sorry, that's not Cooper Cup. It's probably Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper, Evan Ingram, or Michael Gallup. Full PPR. I would rather play Evan Ingram. Me personally, that's what I would suggest. Let's see here. Dijon Beatty sends in a question. Thank you very much, Dijon. Says Jacob, Walker, Thielen, or Evans. Start 3.5 PPR. I would play Jacob, Walker, and Evans. In a half PPR, I'd probably end up sitting Thielen there. Thank you. Let's see here. 845 Live says, help full PPR, Mike Evans or Bryce Hall. I would rather play Mike Evans there, man. Again, Mike Evans in the first 3 games of the season where he's been healthy, and now he should be back to a healthy form considering he's had more than, 2 weeks off with that injury. Again, in a half PPR, like I mentioned earlier this season, he's averaging 18 plus fantasy points per game with Baker Mayfield when healthy. In a full PPR, it's probably 20 plus points. Like, there's no way I'm sitting him in exchange for Breece Hall, who has to take on the most difficult matchup at the running back position against the defense that is only allowing 3.06 yards per carry to opposing running backs. And on top of it, Brees Hall just lost Elijah Vera Tucker, their starting right tackle, who is one of their best run blocking offensive linemen, if not their best. It's certainly going to make a huge difference there. Kicker was moving. Yeah, the punter was, dude, I mean, I would assume that if anything, like a punter should be fast because they've got really strong legs and that's what they're working out all the time. But my goodness, that guy was scooting around. Speaking of scooting around, almost Lamar Jackson finding the end zone there. Let's see here. Tony says, I have Reek. I have, so Tyreek Hill, you have copy of Waddle. I want to trade Nico Collins for Rachaad White. Thoughts? I don't love it. I don't love Rachaad White. Go look at his upcoming schedule. Those defenses are not easy to play against. Let's see here. Full PPR, Tyler Lockett or Amari DeMercado. Fat, I would end up playing Tyler Lockett there in a full PPR. Thank you. LaFlama says, woke up late. Hopkins is my starting lineup. Sad face with actually it's a smile with a tear coming down its face. Yeah, that's rough, man. That's rough. Do you guys remember last year there was a London game? I think it was week 3. We all woke up and without any sort of prior warning, Alvin Kamara was out after being expected to play the night before. That was one of the worst scenarios that has ever existed. We wake up and he's in our lineups and he's inactive. That was a rough one. Let's see here. Why are they giving the ball? I don't understand why they even run the ball on the goal line. Not especially out of shotgun. Like this offense is not man. Just pass the ball. Hurry up. What are we doing? Let's find the end zone finally. Okay, let's see here. We had a question that also came in from Justin. Actually, before we get to Justin's question, there was one from Devin Gutierrez. Devin, I appreciate it. It says full PPR. Should I play Garrett Wilson or should I play Gabe Davis? I'd rather play Gabe Davis. Thank you. Justin says, I'm about to bench Barkley for Hubbard or White. Don't trust them. Okay, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Again, I would never be upset about the idea of you guys, playing somebody else. If you trust the idea of Hubbard or White, then you don't want to take any risks with Barkley, especially considering Barkley, there's a chance he doesn't play tonight. Yeah, you don't have to take the risk. Absolutely. And then they went ahead and I was going to say who's calling this offense, but this is a joke. Why are they kicking the field goal again, man? Oh my God. Why Foreman over Madison? Bears defense is super weak. Yeah, their defense is super weak, but the issue is that Madison has to share snaps with Cam Akers, and for some reason, Kevin O'Connell in his play calling does not want to run the ball consistently, and he probably won't, unfortunately. So it's probably going to be a situation where Alexander Madison maybe gets himself like 13 or 14 rushing attempts today, and if he's able to, get himself a rushing touchdown, he'll be great. But outside of that yardage alone, I'm not as convinced in comparison to the Chicago Bears, who will probably be running for a lot of today's game. Let's see here. Jimmy in the chat says, if Waddle plays poorly this week, does he fall near Jacoby Myers rest of the season? I don't think I could ever drop. I don't know if I would ever drop Waddle into that region, even if he plays bad this week. I don't think I'd be able to do it. Like, just think about it, right? Waddle's a very good wide receiver. On top of it, he plays in the best offense in the National Football League. Something's got to give. Whether it's this week or a future week or future weeks, plural, that he's going to have great performances, it's eventually going to come. It's just a matter of, can you wait long enough for him to finally, actualize his fantasy success in a given week? It's tough. Let's see here. Carlos says Higgins or Stevenson in the flex full PPR. I'd rather play Stevenson there. Charles says Brees Hall or Alexander Madison. I prefer Madison. Chris says Devonta Smith, Godwin, or Kenneth Walker. I'll take Kenneth Walker there, but yeah, I'll take Kenneth Walker there. That's fine by me. I don't have a problem with that. All right, so Justin, your question was, okay, so yeah, we took care of Justin. Joe Boggs says, that sounds like a Star Wars name. Am I crazy, Joe Boggs? Or is that just something I'm making up off the top of my head? Yeah, I'm probably just making that up. Moving on. Jonathan Taylor, Chris Olave, or Brees Hall. I need to play 2 of them. If I'm playing 2 of them, I'd play Olave and I'd play Brees Hall this week. Thank you. King Nav says full PPR, Godwin or Brees Hall? In a full PPR, I'm fairly certain I have Godwin ahead of him. Let me confirm. Godwin. Yeah, I have Godwin ahead of him in a full PPR. Thank you. Let's see here. Southern Dog. Let's see here. Southern Dog, do you have a question that's potentially attached? Southern, your message was not attached. So if you could do me a favor, just type in the chat whatever you were going to attach. I appreciate that. Tyler Harris, let's see here. You also sent in a super chat, but nothing was attached. Let me see if you've sent anything in the past. Tyler Harris has sent stuff in the past. He said DeMercado, Algier, or Tyler Boyd for my Superflex full PPR. Out of those options going into this week, I would, it's not probably. I would still suggest playing Algier there. Algier over DeMercado and Boyd. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let me scroll to the bottom here, get back to the live chat. We're looking for, again, Southern Dog. Whenever you get a shot, just go ahead and type that in. Greatly appreciate it. Corey Olson says, good morning, Andrew. You got Ertz over Waller this week. Can you explain? Yeah, Tyler Taylor. Thank you. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Why Myers over Olave? Primarily because I don't love the matchup against the Houston Texans. Purely, that secondary has played very well in seasons past, and they'll continue to do so. Primarily, Steven Nelson is one of the better cornerbacks. He didn't play the greatest when he was with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but in the last 2 years with the Texans, he's been a completely different guy, for sure. Hubbard or DeMercado, says Matthew Williams. I'll take Hubbard there. Brolove says Gabe Davis, Metcalf, Waddle, Brian Robinson Jr. I'll take Waddle over the bunch. Smith CVS says Olave, Christian Kirk, or Breece Hall. Out of that group, I'd probably end up playing Olave. Actually, no, I'd probably go with Breece Hall just to be safe. Why Myers over Olave? Yeah, I mean, look, again, like I was just mentioning, I don't really love the matchup there. And Myers has a matchup against a secondary that has a bunch of injured players and also sees himself a high volume of targets with Jimmy Garoppolo. Olave on the opposite end of that has to deal with Derek Carr, his shoulder injury, and the fact that he's got a tough matchup, which I don't love. Lilish4799 sends in a question. Thank you, Lilish. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Says, would you start struggling? What does it say? Who would you start struggling bad? Quentin Johnston, Devontae Parker, Brandon Powell, Rashid Shaheed, Jonathan Mingo, Rondell Moore. Different league, wider. Okay, so first and foremost, if I'm starting one of the wide receivers out of that bunch, the player I have ranked highest is Rashid Shaheed. The second ranked highest player is probably out of this group. It's Devontae Parker. As for your second question, wide receiver pick 2, Puka Nacua, Olave, Mike Evans, and Nico Collins. I would play Mike Evans alongside of Puka Nacua there, Lilish. Thank you. We had a question that came in. Okay, let me see. Did Southern Dog figure it out? Where's Southern Dog? Southern Dog says, why do you have Devonta Smith over Chris Godwin? Yeah, so the primary number 1 and number 2 cornerbacks of the New York Jets, both DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner, are both out this week. Should be a really easy game for the, A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith duo. Chris Godwin, on the other hand, has only ever had a really good game when he has played with Mike Evans out with a hamstring injury. So overall, matchups and target opportunity will be in the favor of Devonta Smith this week. And also, like I was mentioning in the early half of the week, anytime that Nick Sirianni has underutilized a player in this offense, the following week, boom, we have a big performance. Whether it was A.J. Brown, whether it was most recently, Dallas Goedert, whether it's going from week 1 to week 2 of, DeAndre Swift, we have seen them eventually kind of get these players back on track. I think it'll be an easier game in comparison to what, this defense has put forth for the Jets, in comparison to, them being able to force Josh Allen to turn over the ball multiple times. Same thing with Patrick Mahomes. Without your number 1 and number 2 overall cornerbacks, I think, Jalen Hurts probably has himself a monster game here tonight or this morning. Also taking into consideration that Evans is likely more of a decoy. I mean, look, if you want to create a potential narrative where Evans is a quote-unquote decoy, you can do that, but he had a full practice on Friday. When Deebo Samuel goes out there and he's a decoy, it's because he had a limited practice on Friday. There's a difference, right? Someone being at a full capacity and a limited capacity, that means I'm either injured or I'm not. And full capacity means he's not. Anyway, moving on. We had a question that came in from Kurth Coogan. Says, standard, Deebo or Ramondre? In a standard scoring format, I'd play Ramondre. David says full PPR, Higgins or Rashad White? In a full PPR, I'd probably play Rashad White there. I like Higgins, but I just don't know if I can objectively say that he's not going to pull a fast one on us. I'd give it a week. I'm just being cautious with him. Vincent says, I'm in a disgusting spot. I have to start either Darnell Mooney or Elijah Moore. Play one, drop one. Whew. Let's see what I have ranked higher. Full PPR. Mooney I have as my 50, and Elijah Moore I have as my 57. So I play Darnell Mooney there. Thank you. Hopefully that situates you. Charlene says, hey, Andrew, be careful of buys in week 7 and week 11. Both weeks have 6 teams on buy. Don't worry. I know. You don't got to tell me, but I appreciate that, Charlene. Trust me. I've been looking at the schedule for a very long time. Again, I've been looking at the schedule since it was released. I've been looking at the schedule since I made the strength of schedule videos this August. I've been looking at it since we made the rest of season strength of schedule, rest of season rankings video 2 weeks ago. Like, don't worry. I've been well aware of the bipocalypses that are to come. But this is what's purely going to test your team's depth. If you have depth on roster, you will survive bye weeks. Otherwise, it'll eat you alive, and that'll pretty much consume your season. Let's see here. David says, what are the chances that Evans is a decoy today? I don't know where you guys are getting this narrative from, that Evans is a decoy. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Why is everyone so high on Pittman? Primarily because the number 1 cornerback, the number 2 cornerback, the number 3 cornerback of the Jacksonville Jaguars all suck. The Jacksonville Jaguars, their biggest weakness is in the secondary, and you can absolutely take advantage of it with Michael Pittman Jr. or Joshua Downs today. So yeah, that's why. Eric sends in a question. Says, Foreman or Lockett in a PPR? Really good question. Let me check who I have ranked higher in a full PPR. Let's see if I have Lockett ahead of Foreman. I have Lockett there. Where's Foreman? No, I have Foreman ahead of him. Slightly, but I do have him ahead of him. Let's see here. Did Mark Andrews make a catch? Someone said Mark Andrews in the chat. Lamar Jackson is 8 of 9 passing with 119 yards. Yeah, every time they get into the red zone, they decide to run the ball consistently. Like, I understand it, but you don't have Saquon Barkley in the backfield. You don't got Derrick Henry in the backfield. Just pass the ball. Or at least design a run for Lamar to, get to the edge. At very least. Let's see here. Ramondre over Pierce for real? Yeah. 100%. Let's see here. Cousins or Herbert? I prefer Herbert. Kurth Coogan says, thanks, Andrew. I appreciate it. Won my first championship last season. Got to avoid the stand-up comedy for 10-minute bit. Wow. That's the punishment for your league? Stand-up comedy for 10 minutes? Yeah, but how does it work, right? If you have no bit, like you gotta actually come up with one? That's a lot of effort. I don't know, man. That's a lot of effort. I'd never be in that situation. I'll never get last in a league, but my goodness. That's interesting. Let's see here. Good day, sir. Good day, sir, says Jeremy. I have a trade offer. The guy wants Montgomery for London and Rashad White. Would you run it? No, absolutely not. Nope. Keep Montgomery, 100%. Keep Montgomery. Rashad White has done nothing to convince me that he needs to be on your roster, and neither has Drake London. So I will take Montgomery every day of the week there. KJ Osborne or Josh Downs in a full PPR? Give me Josh Downs there, Angel. Gabe Davis or Foreman, full PPR? In a full PPR, I'm comfortable running Gabe Davis there. Let's see here. All right, a couple reminders. For those of you who are joining us this morning, good morning. Welcome. To the right side of the screen, as you can see, there are up-to-date rankings by position, which do not include any of the players that played on Thursday and does not include any of the players that are currently playing between the Baltimore Ravens and the Tennessee Titans. A reminder, these rankings that are on screen are half PPR, 4-point per passing touchdown format. Thank you. Additionally, if you guys haven't yet already, do me a solid, click the like button down below. Helps continue to support the channel every single day so that I can continue to provide daily fantasy football content every single season. And of course, for the remainder of this season. Another reminder, earlier today at around 3 a.m., I sent out an email to anyone who signed up using code Andrew via Underdog Fantasy this offseason from August 1st till yesterday, at least up until midnight. If you had signed up using code Andrew and made a first-time deposit minimum of $10, you should have my rankings sent already to your email. That's by position, by tier, half PPR, full PPR, flex rankings, all that. So if in fact you don't have it in your email box, make sure that you're looking at the right email first and foremost that is associated with your Underdog account. And then additionally, make sure that it's not in your spam folder because it could have ended up there and most likely did end up there. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. We had a couple more questions that were sent in. Let's go ahead and let's find them. Before we get there, Mason in the chat was saying Hubbard or Drake London in the flex. I'd rather play Drake London. Ando says defensive rankings. If we can get to 400 likes, I'd be more than happy to go over defensive and kicker rankings once again. Good suggestion though, Ando. And as for your follow-up question, rest of season rankings, Ferguson or Musgrave? I'd rather have Ferguson rest of season. In terms of the volume of routes that he's running, the targets that he is seeing per route run, he's in the top conversation of the tight end position, so he's going to be in a decent spot. Why Stevenson over Barkley? I don't expect Okay, here's first and foremost. Barkley is still questionable, so we don't even know if he's going to play tonight. So I have to rank him low enough to where if you have one of these better options, just play him and not even concern yourself with it. Additionally, this is going to be a game where, if I'm not mistaken, going into tonight's game, I can actually confirm this. I think the Bills are 16-point favorites. 16. I think, honestly, the Giants get shut out tonight, if I had to guess. I think we end up seeing maybe a 42-6 game, if I had to guess. But let me see here. Yeah, so specifically, okay, depends what sportsbook you're looking at, but they're currently plus 16. The Giants are. Otherwise, there are some that are plus 15.5. Dude, this is going to be a blowout. And as expected, you have Tyrod Taylor with an entire backup of an offensive line. Darren Waller's already dealing with a groin injury. I know he's going to play, but of course, Saquon Barkley doesn't even have to play tonight because, again, what's the point of playing him in a game in which, if he's not 100%, why throw him out there? So there's a lot of concerns. So yes, Ramondre, because I do expect that the New England Patriots, after being embarrassed for another consecutive week, will try to take it out on Belichick's former predecessor, which is, of course, Josh McDaniels' team. Don't ever say you can't get last. I led the league in points and still finished with a losing record. Yeah, but a losing record doesn't mean you're getting last place, right? Also, I can confidently say, in all of my years, I've been playing fantasy football for 2009 was the first year that I started. Maybe 2008. I think it probably was. Let me go check something. When was Calvin Johnson a rookie? Calvin Johnson. Oh, that'll tell me exactly what season I started playing. Calvin Johnson's rookie season was 2007. So I started playing fantasy football in 2007. I have never been last place in any one of my leagues. Never once. Why? Because my opinion it's not objective truth, but in the leagues that I've played in, if you get last place, because you stopped taking care of your lineup, purely. You stopped hitting the waiver wire every week. You stopped going after trades. You stopped trying to improve your team. That's it. It's just effort at that point as to whether you get last place. Losing record's a completely different conversation. I've had teams that have had a plethora of injuries and got murdered across the board. And it's like, all right, I got a losing record this year. It is what it is. Can't do anything about it. But yeah, I think those are two different conversations. Caden says, Mostert or Olave in a full PPR? Mostert. 100% Mostert. Appreciate the question, though. We have a question from Riley Taylor. Thank you, Riley. It says, Ayuk, Saquon, Pacheco, Goddard, Kelsey, Gabe Davis. I don't even understand what the heck this question is. What is going on here? Ayuk, Saquon, Pacheco, and Goddard over Kelsey and Davis. So that's a trade? Yes, I'll take the Saquon side. I have Eckler, Kyron Williams, Addison, Olave, Ridley. I overpaid, but can trade for depth. Right? Move or no? Yeah, Riley, I like the Ayuk side with Pacheco, Saquon, and Goddard. If you got that side in that trade, I think that's a great overall situation to be in. Touchdown? What's the penalty? They're going to call offensive PI, I think. Because the wide receiver, they were running a little bit of that like kind of the pick route where they just kind of run. If he didn't turn to the quarterback, they're going to have an offensive PI on their hands. Pass interference, offense. And there goes Zay Flowers' touchdown. There goes OBJ selling the bag. All righty. Keep it moving. Would you drop... Hold up. Who would you drop to play Ridley? What do you mean drop? Eric, can you explain to me what do you mean by that? What do you mean drop? You're not dropping him off your team. You're just saying, like, who would you not start in order to start Ridley? If I had to pick one of those guys to not start instead of Ridley, I'd probably not start St. Brown out of the group. Godwin or Madison, full PPR. I'd probably still play Madison there. Andy Beast. Palmer or Olave? Yeah, I'll take Olave there. Again, Palmer has to deal with... did they get the... They got it blocked? Oh, my God. Palmer still has to deal with Stephon Gilmore for the entirety of that game. Let's see here. 2-point conversion. That was a 2-point conversion? Oh, okay. So who scored? Hello? What was the touchdown? Did I actually miss it? Who scored? Let's see here. Wait, what? Do I need to update this? Okay, wait. So Zay Flowers scored, and then they threw him the 2-point conversion? I'm so confused. I guess that's what happened. Fantastic. We'll take it. We'll take it. So of all the wide receivers in fantasy football up until this week, there were 2 wide receivers that had the most targets and no touchdown scored. One of them, Zay Flowers. The other, also in this game, DeAndre Hopkins. So hopefully they could both come away with a touchdown today. That'd be great. Let's see here. What do we have? Still a touchdown, Andrew. It's all good. All right, cool. Marco, thanks. Zay already scored. Okay, cool. We're good. Awesome. All right, couple more questions that were sent in. We had Taco with a question. Thank you, Taco. Appreciate it. Lockett, Osborne, Godwin, PPR. Bench any for Rashad White? No. I don't think I'm benching either. Let me check here. Let me see if I have Rashad White over Osborne in a full PPR. I don't. So I would play all 3 of those wide receivers there, Taco. Thank you. James King says, Jerome Ford or Zach Moss? I'll take Zach Moss there. Also, Higgins or Thielen? I'll take Thielen there. Yeah, Thielen's been far too good. Zach Moss has played well, and Jerome Ford has to deal with the fact that his quarterback is not Deshaun Watson, which obviously does not bode well for him. Thank you. Enemies within. Hope you're doing well, enemies. Why so low on Nico Collins with Dell out? Marshawn Lattimore. That's the primary reason. Again, I'll tell you guys. Look, okay, so here's the question. Who would you play Nico Collins over? Would you honestly play him over Metcalf or Olave? If you guys would, go for it. I don't have a problem with it. Again, I'm just telling you what I would do. These are my suggestions as to what I would do with my teams. Doesn't mean it's 100% accurate, like I've told you all before. So even if you question my decision making, that's just how I've done my research, and I've done this for however long that I have, and I've generally found more success than not. Doesn't mean, again, that I'm going to be absolutely correct, but yeah, I do prefer Nico where he's at in terms of my wide receiver rankings. Ayuk or Barkley in a standard? I'd probably just play Ayuk there, hope for a touchdown. Let's see here. Do you guys think T. Higgins is going to play, says Jeremy? Yeah, he should play, but I don't know how much he's going to play. Let's see. What do we have? I appreciate that, Eric. Thank you. Okay, so after Isaiah Flores' question, we're good to go. We just hit 400 likes. I do appreciate you all doing that for me. We're going to go ahead and just go over kicker and defensive rankings once again. So let's do that, shall we? Top 12 defenses. Let's start with defense. Number 1, Buffalo Bills. Number 2, San Francisco 49ers. 3, Miami Dolphins. 4, Philadelphia Eagles. 5, actually no more Baltimore Ravens because they're playing right now. 5, Jacksonville Jaguars. 6, New Orleans Saints. 7, Los Angeles Rams. 8, Las Vegas Raiders. 9, Houston Texans. 10, Detroit Lions. 11, Minnesota Vikings. 12, Atlanta Falcons. Top 12 defenses. Boom, right there. Moving on to top 12. Actually, I only have 11 kickers because I don't want to rush anything and run up a kicker into this conversation. But let's just say we have top 11 kickers for now because the other two have already started playing. The other two were Nick Folk and what's his name? Justin Tucker from this morning. And I also had Harrison Butker on Thursday. So that's technically top 14 from the week. But I'll just mention the remaining 11 that I have on my rankings. 1 is Jake Elliott. 2 is Kaimi Fairbairn. 3 is Tyler Bass. 4 is Evan McPherson. 5 is Brandon Aubrey. 6 is Jake Moody. 7 is Cameron Dicker. 8 is Brett Maher. 9 is Brandon McManus. 10 is Blake Groupie. 11 is Jason Sanders. If I had to pick a 12th, I would probably pick Jason Myers of the Seattle Seahawks. I'm going to even write that down in my rankings. I think it's Myers, Myers. So let's just put that in. Boom. Okay. So that would be the other guy that I would mention. That would be my 12th. Thank you. All right. Couple more questions that were sent in. We had one from Joe R. Thank you, Joe. It says PPR, Ayuk, Godwin, Chuba Hubbard, or Downs. Pick one. Joe, what's the scoring for, my man? What is the scoring format? Somebody in the chat was asking Ayuk or DK Metcalf. I'll take DK Metcalf. Again, rankings on screen are up to date as of this morning. Moss, what do we have? JT, Moss, or Foreman in a standard format? I'd rather play Foreman there. Cash Kid Cardi. We had a question that came in from Justin. Says, torn between Nico Collins and Mondre in a full PPR. Yeah, I think they're both going to play well. As to who has higher upside, in a full PPR, typically would lean in the direction of the receiver there, right? Ulysses, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate that. It says 2 leagues. First one, full PPR, Joe Mixon or Waddle in the flex. I'd rather play Waddle in a full PPR. Second league, Gabe Davis or Josh Palmer in a full PPR. I'd rather play Gabe Davis there. I've got Diggs and Allen for super stack. Yeah, let's ride them all. Again, they're playing against the Giants. They're 16-point favorites going into the game. If everyone in that offense scored, so if Diggs, Gabe Davis, James Cook, Latavius Murray, Josh Allen all scored a touchdown, they'd only score 35 points there. I expect them to at least score 42 or at least 40 plus tonight. So you could also throw in a Dalton Kincaid touchdown, and then at that point they'd get to 42 total points. Or maybe they kick a couple field goals and Dalton Kincaid doesn't find the end zone, which is probably more likely. But either way, there are enough touchdowns to go around. I think Gabe Davis is a great play there. And yes, you should stack up all the bills you can, especially when you have the best built options. Ulysses, thank you. Let's see here. Okay. Dylan in the chat says, what about Nick Folk? He's eating? Yeah, I know. I already had him ranked earlier today. But he's already started playing, so why would I mention him again? Yeah, I already had him. So, like, earlier in the week, I had Butker as my number 4 kicker, but he already played. And then I had Nick Folk as my number 12 earlier this morning. But yeah, he's already started playing, so there's no point of even going over that. All right, so we had a question that was sent in from Shane Howard. Shane, thank you. Appreciate it. Says, what's up, Andrew? In a full PPR, Burrow, Stafford, or Howell? Yeah, I'll take Joe Burrow there. Joe Burrow number 1, Stafford number 2, Sam Howell number 3. And for defenses, should I play the Raiders, Patriots, Falcons, Texans, or Colts? Out of the group, I think the Texans ranked the highest. Let me check once again. Let me make sure. No, I have the Raiders at 8. I have the Texans at 9. I have the Falcons at 12. So it would be the Raiders defense first and foremost. Yeah, that's what I would do. John Foster sends in a super chat. Thank you. Says Mixon or Jacoby Myers in the flex full PPR. I'd probably play Jacoby Myers there, full PPR. Yeah, I'll take that. Ryan McRobbie says, as a Giants fan, ... Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, doesn't it? I mean, it is unfortunate. You know what is crazy, though? I understand that the Giants won 9 games last year. They made the playoffs, and they beat a really bad Minnesota Vikings team. They did all that. They won a playoff game. Fantastic. But the fact that this is going to be the 3rd game this season that the Giants are on primetime television is disgusting. They've already had a Monday and a Thursday. They had a Thursday game against the San Francisco 49ers, disastrous. They had a Monday night game against the Seattle Seahawks, disastrous. And now they have a Sunday night football game against the Buffalo Bills. Could we pivot them off of Sunday night football? Like, what are we doing? Like, the ratings are going to get murdered tonight. Anyway, moving on. I just broke my neck. Just an update. Titans offense is unwatchable. Yeah. When they don't have Treylon Burks out there, there's a huge difference. And the difference is they can't stretch the field. And it is apparent, especially when you're going up against a defense that knows how to stop the run. It's just, it is what it is. That's kind of just what we expect. What about Malik Cunningham? If Malik Cunningham ends up taking the job today from Mac Jones, which I'm hoping he does, could be relevant, but we'll see. Let's see here. Does weather in the Bills game affect the rankings at all? No. Look, here's the thing. There is a, let me look at the weather report. So currently, as of this moment, it says there's a 50% chance of rain. Okay. So if we're going to flip a coin as to whether I'm starting Josh Allen, I'm starting him. If I'm flipping a coin on Stephon Diggs, I'm starting him. If I'm flipping a coin on Gabe Davis, I'm starting him. James Cook, starting him. I would only ever be sub options of that offense that I would ever be worried about. Otherwise, the elite players are going to ball out regardless of weather. Let's see here. Dave Curtis, thank you, Dave, says full PPR. Foreman, Madison, Hubbard. I'll take Madison there out of the group. Actually, no, you know what? In a full let me check something real quick. Let me check something just really quickly. Madison's receptions 3, 3, 5, 2, 1. Is that enough to? Nah, I probably just play Foreman there. Let's just play Foreman. Let's not get too cute with it. Thank you. 4 primetime games for the Giants now? Yes, because week 1 was Sunday Night Football. That's right. It's the 4th one. Dude, this is ridiculous. They got to stop, man. They got to stop. Oh, man. Good call for those of you who pointed that out in the chat. Andrew who pointed that in the chat, and so did Crix. All right, let's see here. Where is... Okay, let's go. Where are we at? Hey, Andrew, Kyron Williams or JT? What do you think? Kyron Williams, 100%. 100%. JT is still going to have himself a less expansive role in the offense until they get pretty confident with giving him the full workload, which will probably take a couple more weeks. Let's see here. We took care of that. All right. 305 Raider says, good morning, Andrew. Moody or Fairbairn? I have Fairbairn ranked higher. Especially considering I'm trying to avoid the weather of that game. In comparison between those two, I'll take Fairbairn. Lockett, Brian Robinson Jr., full PPR. And Falcons defense, question mark. Falcon defense is fine. I don't have a problem with it. They're on my top 12 rankings as of right now. As for Lockett or Brian Robinson, let's see who I have ranked higher in a full PPR. Brian Robinson. So I have Brian Robinson at 55. I have Tyler Lockett at 51. So I'll take Lockett there. Thank you. In a full PPR. In a half PPR, it would be the opposite, though. Is Flowers cooking? I'm hearing a lot of people say Flowers in the chat. Or I'm seeing a lot of people say Flowers. I hope so. It's only a matter of time until this offense kind of figures it out. Slowly but surely. Last week was a complete joke. I don't even understand I don't know. I understand they dropped a lot of touchdowns, but it's rough. Flowers still has the same stat line from earlier. So I don't know what you guys are talking about, Flowers. Let's see here. Waddle or Gabe Davis? I already have Diggs starting. Yeah, I'd still play Waddle there, Trey. I still prefer Waddle regardless of the fact that you have Diggs. Mark Andrews on the catch. Nice. I need Mark Andrews to score a touchdown. I'm trying to maintain first place in one of my leagues, and I have Mark Andrews in it. Let's go. Come on. All right, let's see here. LL Coolnay says, hey, Andrew, Amon-Ra or DJ Moore? Standard league. In a standard scoring format, 0 points per receptions, I'll take DJ Moore. Scared DJ Moore is going to go off? Yeah, listen, you should play DJ Moore there. In a standard scoring format, the player that has the highest touchdown upside is DJ Moore in comparison to Amon-Ra. So I would suggest you play DJ Moore there. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Damian Cheryl. Thank you, Damian. Appreciate it. It says Higgins or Cooper rest season. Considering I'm not 100% certain as to what the injury status of Deshaun Watson is and how long he could potentially miss, I'll take Higgins there for now. Going up against the Behemoth this week and T. Higgins and Thielen both on bye next week for me. Yeah, I would like, well, okay, again. So for right now, yeah, I'll take Higgins still. Rest of the season, I prefer him because I don't know what the status of Deshaun Watson looks like. Hold on to Ramondre Stevenson or try to trade him. I would hold on to him primarily because you're in a situation most likely where you're not going to be able to trade for him and get a high enough value in return based on what he has demonstrated thus far this season. So you'll probably have to trade him at a discount, which I don't ever want to do. I'm not in the business of trading players at a discount. I'm always trying to sell high. Thank you. Defensive rankings. If we can get to 400 and let's see here. Actually, let's put a time limit on it. If we can get more likes, that'd be greatly appreciated. But I will probably go over defensive rankings once again in like 8 minutes. So top of the hour. Thank you. Good morning, Andrew. Who should I start between Jacoby Myers, Garrett Wilson, Alexander Madison, flex full PPR? Out of that group, I'd play Jacoby Myers there. Ash. Thank you. Cubes says PPR sit one. Goddard, Laporta, or Zach Moss. In a PPR scoring format, I would sit Zach Moss. You know what? Considering the unpredictability of Laporta right now, maybe you just play Moss and you play Goddard there. But otherwise, if it was a healthy full, status Laporta, I'd play him over Moss in a full PPR this week. Thanks, man. Let's see here. GB says I actually I did miss that. I got you, GB. GB's question is, and I appreciate you sending in that super chat, GB. Thank you. Says James Cook, Jordan Addison, Mixon, Pittman, pick 3. Okay, in a PPR scoring format, the 3 that I would suggest: James Cook, Jordan Addison, and then let me check if I have Pittman ahead of Mixon. I think I probably do, which I do. So yeah, the suggestion would be to bench Mixon and to play James Cook, Addison, and Michael Pittman Jr. in a full PPR today. Thank you, GB. Appreciate it. Amari Cooper or Gabe Davis, full PPR. Malcolm Murray. I would play Gabe Davis. Again, Amari Cooper with the backup quarterback, PJ Walker. They only just signed him to the roster last week. So he doesn't have any practice rapport with the team except for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Because, again, they were on bye week last week. So there is no, like, immediate connection for me to think to myself, Amari Cooper has to play. Could he be of value? Sure, but I don't know if it's a guarantee. You say muffed punt? Did they actually muff the punt? And did Baltimore recover it? If they did, just kick the field goal and end the half. Thank you, GB. I appreciate that. Sorry, I missed that first time around. Higgins or Pierce in a full PPR? Sergio, that's a tough one, man. I would say conventional wisdom would lead me towards playing Higgins there. But I don't know what kind of Higgins we're going to get. If he gets limited snaps, I'd be really worried about it. So for now, I'd probably just play Pierce just in case. That's just my only concern. Foreman or Hubbard? Miles, Reed, Morgan. I would play Foreman there. Thanks, man. Wow, Ravens recovered their own punt behind the 10. Just kick another field goal. I mean, for those of you who had Justin Tucker in fantasy and he's been dog water for the last, 5 weeks, he's finally making up for it. Finally making up for it. Let's see here. Mateo says Jacobs and Ayuk for Keenan Allen and Warren. I'd rather have Jacobs and Ayuk rest of the season. Thanks for the question. Sergio says Higgins. Okay, so we took care of Sergio. We took care of Miles. Vince Guy says, are you really saying to start Foreman over Hall? I am, yeah. Again, Breece Hall, the biggest issue with him is that he's playing against the Philadelphia Eagles, right? Like his talent is, we all know what his talent is, right? Like he's one of the better backs in the National Football League, even coming off of an ACL, right? He's so good that he makes Dalvin Cook, who's coming off of, 1,000-yard season and was a top, 10 fantasy running back last season. He makes Dalvin Cook look bad in that backfield. So yeah, of course we know that, Breece Hall is a great running back, but the issue that I have with him is that he's playing against the best run stop defense in the NFL. The Philadelphia Eagles thus far this season have allowed 6 fantasy points per game to opposing running backs in terms of rushing statistics alone. If we saw more receiving upside from Breece Hall, I'd consider it, but he doesn't get much receiving work in the backfield. Additionally, it's probably going to be a negative game script. I mean, when you have DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner both out, we're expecting the Philadelphia Eagles to take a very early lead in that game. And when they do, you can't run the ball in the second half. And then you also have Elijah Vera Tucker, their starting right tackle, their best lineman, out Achilles injury last week. That's a season second. That's the second season in which he's had a season-ending injury at Denver. Crazy enough, but nonetheless, like everything stacks up against the game script and Breece Hall based on matchup and everything. And very seldom do we ever see running backs outproduce the expectation when they're going up against all of that dog. It's tough. It's just a bunch of crap that's built up against them. And unfortunately, there are better alternative options in my mind. Eagles are missing key defensive players, but they're also getting key defensive players back. You got to remember, like, yes, they may not have one of their defensive linemen, but they're also getting back Nakobe Dean off the injured reserve. They're getting back their middle linebacker. Like, that's a huge difference maker in terms of stopping the run. Like, don't worry. Like, I've already looked at everything. Every variable that could have been looked at, I have looked at, and I'm very comfortable with it. Appreciate it. Again, like 1 week, Fletcher Cox could be missing. The next week, it could be Jalen Carter missing. The next week, it could be who's the Georgia defensive tackle that they drafted last year. Either way, they have so many good defensive linemen. They have such a ridiculous rotation that they are always going to be good at stopping the run. But anyway, yeah, they get Nakobe Dean back today, which is huge for them. All right, so let's get back to answering some of these questions. Let's see here. Joju says, if you want to see. All right, so you just get banned. That's cool. I mean, if you want to spread misinformation, that's fine by me. I like banning people, guys. Remember that. All right, moving on. We had Matthew Schultz sends in a question. Says, Alexander Madison or Breece Hall? I know it's close. Yeah, I do prefer Alexander Madison in a half PPR. Thank you. If you want to play Breece Hall, be my guest. Arda says Laporta or Logan Thomas this week with Sam's injury. If Sam Laporta is active, I would probably lean in his direction. I've seen more consistency out of Laporta and the offense to want to get him the ball in comparison to Logan Thomas, even though Logan Thomas is coming off a really good week. So is Laporta, and I would lean in his direction if he's active and playing today. Let's see here. Antranig says, or Andonian, as we could just call you by your last name. Andonian is probably the easier name to pronounce. Appreciate it. Got offered Gabe Davis for Garrett Wilson, struggling for wide receivers, and I need to make some moves. Get offered Gabe Davis for Garrett Wilson. I'm okay with that. I mean, it looks like there's not going to be a change at the quarterback position for the New York Jets anytime soon, so I'm okay making the swap to Gabe Davis there. He's been far better, obviously, this season. We have a question that came in from Antonio Chapa. It says, Thielen, Hall, Ayuk, or Saquon full PPR flex? I'll take Thielen out of the bunch. Thank you. Benny G says, no question, you're the GOAT. Thanks. I appreciate it, Benny. Much love. Let's hear. Archangel Ducks says, risk Saquon or play Tyler Lockett in the flex. I'd probably just play Tyler Lockett there and just, avoid all potential risk in that scenario. All right, let's see here. Vicky Nas Gaming says, Madison or Jordan Addison? I would rather play Addison. ADD Addison. Jordan Addison in that scenario. Let's see here. Irrelevant Me says, throw up the likes. Thank you. I appreciate that, Irrelevant. Much love. Again, for those of you who are joining us this morning, good morning. Welcome. We've been live for the last 2 hours exactly via the channel. And we'll be live for another consecutive 2 more hours this Sunday. Reminders. First and foremost, rankings that are on screen are updated as of this morning. The players that are not included in those rankings are players that have already played on Thursday night or have already started playing earlier this morning between the Baltimore Ravens and the Tennessee Titans. Keep that in mind. Additionally, the rankings on screen, half PPR, 4-point per passing touchdown league. So keep that in mind. Also, if you've gone ahead and signed up using code Andrew via Underdog Fantasy this offseason, and you've made a first-time deposit minimum of $10 from August 1st, 2023 till yesterday before midnight, if you had signed up between that time span, you will have already received an email with my rankings this morning. So if you have not yet already, be sure to check your email that is associated with your Underdog account, because you will have an email probably in your spam folder, which includes my rankings. So if you have a question regarding that, it should be answered in that, in that overall system. Outside of that, I do appreciate you guys clicking the like button, joining us this morning. For those of you updating me as to what's going on in the game, that's greatly appreciated as I try to answer as many questions as possible. I know somebody earlier had asked about defensive rankings. We got to the top of the hour, so I'm going to go ahead and mention defense and kicker rankings once again. So let's go ahead and do that. After which, I'll share with you guys a couple pick'em plays via Underdog Fantasy this week that I really like. We've been on a little bit of a hot streak as of late, but yeah, let's go over it right now. My top 12 defenses for this week. We begin with our number 1, Buffalo Bills. Number 2, San Francisco 49ers. Number 3, Miami Dolphins. 4, Philadelphia Eagles. 5, Jacksonville Jaguars. 6, New Orleans Saints. 7, Los Angeles Rams. 8, Las Vegas Raiders. 9, Houston Texans. 10, Detroit Lions. 11, Minnesota Vikings. And 12, Atlanta Falcons. Those are my top 12 defenses of the remaining defenses. Again, there's no Chiefs and there's no Ravens on that because they've already started playing. Okay, moving on. We have top 12 kickers for this week of the remaining. Again, no Harrison Butker, no Nick Folk, no Justin Tucker. Top 12 remaining. Number 1, Jake Elliott. Number 2, Kaimi Fairbairn. Number 3, Tyler Bass. Number 4, Evan McPherson. Number 5, Brandon Aubrey. Number 6, Jake Moody. Number 7, Cameron Dicker. Number 8, Brett Maher. Number 9, Brandon McManus. Number 10, Blake Groupie. Number 11, Jason Sanders. Number 12, Jason Myers. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. A couple more questions that were sent in. Let's go ahead. After Archangel, we have Ryan Walsh. Ryan, thank you. Says half PPR pick 3. Montgomery, Kyron Williams, Kamara, DJ Moore. I probably end up playing all 3 of the running backs. Let me confirm this really quickly in my flex rankings. Where's DJ Moore in this list? Moore. DJ Moore is ranked below all of them. I would play all 3 running backs. I'll play Montgomery. I'll play Kyron Williams. I'll play Kamara ahead of him. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Let's see here. What do we got? I dropped Tucker for Fairbairn. I don't blame you, Malcolm. I don't blame you at all. So Tucker's been terrible. But now he wants to show up, right? I don't blame you, though. Yeah, like Tucker in the last couple weeks, like 4, 5, 6 fantasy points, nothing incredible. And then now he wants to go off and score all the field goals possible. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. If you guys could do me a favor in the chat, just let me know when the game is live again. I'm going to turn off my phone so my battery doesn't get completely rinsed while we're waiting during the halftime report. Thank you. Let's see here. Real Cole Grant. Thank you, Cole. Appreciate it. Says full PPR. I traded Kyron Williams for Ayuk. Yeah, okay. And I traded Devontae Adams for Bijan Robinson after today. What does it say? And I can trade Devontae Adams for Bijan Robinson after today, should I? I have AJ Brown, Flowers, Ayuk, K9, Brian Robinson, Roschon Johnson. Should we trade Devontae Adams for Bijan Robinson in a full PPR scoring format? I'm okay with it. I think you probably, considering you lost Kyron Williams, who are your other running backs? Roschon, Brian Rob. I think you need the running back depth. I mean, I guess you don't technically need it. Let me think about this. If you start AJ Brown, Flowers, Ayuk, you don't need to. If you want to, you can. I think they're relatively even in terms of what they'll. Yeah. For sure, it'll be. I just saw a comment. I'm going to get to it in a second. I think it's probably in your best interest to bring in RB depth. And I'm okay making that trade for Bijan Robinson there, Cole. I'm fine with it. You don't have to. I think you'll be just as fine. I think Devontae Adams, Bijan Robinson, full PPR could score very comparable volume of points. But yeah, at this point, I think you do need the RB depth. Thank you. Andonian says, you're the first non-Armenian person to pronounce my name great. That's the thing. I'm not non-Armenian. I am Armenian. So I don't know what you're on about, man. Good one, though. Yeah, I am. That's why I'm able to, and pronounce your name correctly. Because I know how to, because, I got cousins with these kind of names. PPR says, pick 2, Madison, Foreman, or Jonathan Taylor as your follow-up. If I'm picking 2, I'll play Madison and Foreman there. Andonian, thank you. Let's see here. We have a question from Buffington in the chat. Says flex full PPR, Jay Williams, Dotson, or Murray. If I'm playing one of those 3 options in a full PPR, I'll play Jamison Williams there. Mark Bond in the chat says, hi, Andrew. Everyone is down on Ramondre Stevenson and Rashad White. I have plans to start them as my RB1, RB2 full PPR. Other choices are Algier, DeMercado, Charbonnet, and Antonio Gibson. Yeah, I think you're correct to start them both. Those are your two best options. Even though Rashad White has a horrible matchup today against the Detroit Lions, he's still going to get himself receiving utilization, and that's where he kind of separates himself to at least give himself value in a full PPR. And Ramondre will have himself a bounce back week. I'm hoping, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm hoping that's going to be the case. Paxton Egan says, Salvin Ahmed or Rashad White full PPR, start one. If I was to suggest you starting one, I would suggest probably playing Rashad White in a full PPR. I don't know if Salvin Ahmed is going to get himself enough utilization within this backfield. If he scores a touchdown, 100% he's of value. But if not, which again, he doesn't have to be guaranteed to score a touchdown in the rushing category. I think it's probably just safer to play Rashad White there. Let's see here. Dub Breaker says, traded Diggs for Kenneth Walker and Nakua. Diggs for Kenneth Walker and Nakua. I think that's okay. Yeah, in terms of bringing in depth, I'm okay with that. That's fine by me. Then Ayuk for Taylor. Then traded away Ayuk for Taylor. Okay, that's fine. I don't know what the rest of your wide receiver depth looks like, but in terms of a trades in a vacuum, I'm perfectly fine with that, Dub Breaker. Thank you. JQ in the chat was asking McLaurin or Waddle. Waddle for sure. The Speed Attack says, Ramondre or Osborne? I'm really leaning towards Osborne. Then play Osborne. Let's go for it. I mean, I'm hoping that Ramondre could have a bounce back week, and if he does, even if he's on your bench, that's fine, because at least you'll know, okay, at least I could trust him for the remainder of the season somewhat, you know? Vance Hicken says, Deep League, PPR, Elijah Moore or Tyler Higbee? I would play Elijah Moore there. I don't know if I could trust Tyler Higbee, honestly. It's tough. I know it's an okay matchup against Arizona, but I don't know if I could trust it outright in comparison. All right, we had a question from Jorge Perez. Jorge, there's nothing attached to your super chat, so never mind, I found it. Full PPR, starting running backs are ETN, Kyron Williams. Okay, my wide receivers are AJ Brown and Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. My tight end is Goddard. My flex is Addison. My bench consists of Mixon, McLaurin, Ferguson, Cowboys defense. Should I make any changes? Dropped Lions defense, thinking of starting Jaguars. Yes, you should start the Jaguars. You're good to go there. Also, you want to have the Jaguars defense this week because the Cowboys will all be on bye next week. So you want to make sure you have another defense for next week, just so you don't have to pick one up on waivers and waste any priority in that regard. But for right now, no, I'm not making any adjustments to your lineup. You're good to go there, Jorge. Thank you. Appreciate it. We had a question that came in from George Garcia. Thank you, George. Appreciate it. It says full PPR. Flex Goddard, Kenneth Walker, or Devonta Smith. In a flex full PPR scenario, I think Kenneth Walker is probably my highest ranked player. Let me confirm this full PPR. Where do I have Devonta Smith? Devonta Smith okay, you know what? In a full PPR, I have Devonta Smith higher. I have him at 25 comparatively to Kenneth Walker at 28. Andrew from 4 hours ago was kind of interesting, huh? What am I thinking? Probably because of the secondary coverage. Look, my metrics that I have in terms of projecting fantasy point production leads me to these rankings. So I'm going to probably lean towards just whatever my my entire algorithm spits out for me. So I'll go ahead and I'll roll with Devonta Smith there in terms of my full PPR rankings. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Where are we at? Okay, we're good. We're good. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Do you know if Higgins will be on a snap count? I have no clue. I'm hoping he's not, but I think that there's a chance that he could be. Again, when you're coming off of a rib fracture, I don't know what the medical explanation is as to whether or not he'll be limited or whether or not he has a potential for re-injury or, you know, what kind of pain threshold he'll be in or all that kind of jazz. I don't know that stuff, but I would venture to say that Higgins is probably going to be lesser of an option than he typically is. I would hope that's not the case, but I'm going to just be very cautious with the situation. Andrew Clark, thank you. You said the game is back. I'll go ahead and look at that right now. Let's go ahead and let's open that up on my phone so that I can get that going. Also, like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a couple of the underdog plays that I wanted to suggest to you guys for today. Again, I've been suggesting them. Actually, let me go ahead and let me find the game really quickly. I got to go to NFL Network, right? NFL Network. Perfect. Okay. So in the last three, I would say, yeah, I guess it's the last three. Let me find this. Where is that graphic? I don't know if I'll find it. Where did that graphic go? I gotta go find this graphic. Give me a second, guys. Here it is. Perfect. So as you guys can see, you see this? Okay. So these are my last three suggestions in terms of underdog pick'em plays, right? So the last Sunday's play was Cooper Kupp and Jake Elliott. That planned out very well for us. Monday night's game was Jacoby Myers and Christian Watson. That panned out well for us. And then Thursday's was Russell Wilson and Harrison Butker. So I suggested Cooper Kupp and Jake Elliott last Sunday. Monday waiver wire video was obviously the Monday game between the Raiders and the Packers. And then Thursday's video between quarterback and tight end rankings, I suggested Russell Wilson and Harrison Butker. So if we're talking about what the potential is for today and what my favorite play is of the bunch, again, there is a lot of potential plays that you could take advantage of today. Again, if you sign up via Underdog Fantasy, besides these, potential, come on, pick'ems, here we go. Besides the potential of, one of the various plays that I may suggest, you could also, if you sign up, use code Andrew, make that first time deposit minimum of $10. You'll get this real quick. You see this? Okay, here we go. Let's just move this over. You'll be able to just add Joe Burrow to the pick'em slip. So you can pretty much almost guarantee yourself a victory to an extent with Joe Burrow as one of your overall plays, picking higher than 0.5 total yards prior to the Sunday game beginning. Anyway, besides that, let me go ahead. Let me change screens real quick and let me make my singular suggestion as to what my favorite play of the week is. As of right now, let me move myself over. It is literally right here, Jake Elliott and Christian McCaffrey. Okay, Christian McCaffrey, anytime rushing touchdown. As of this current moment in time, as if you look at the last 12 games that Christian McCaffrey has played for the San Francisco 49ers, in which he's played 50+% of the offensive snaps, including the NFL playoffs, in 11 of the last 12 games, he's had a rushing touchdown. I will take that. And then Jake Elliott, 1.5 field goals. I picked higher on that as well because the expectation is that he's already done it for 5 consecutive games amongst all teams in the National Football League. The Philadelphia Eagles lead the NFL in terms of field goal attempts and field goal makes. And he's been able to accomplish, again, 5 out of the last 5 weeks. So these are my 2 suggestions. This is my play of the week. I'll take Jake Elliott, Christian McCaffrey. Those are my suggestions. We're going to go ahead and go back to the rankings and continue to answer questions. I appreciate y'all. For those of you who use code Andrew, support the channel in that regard. And, of course, for those of you who have used my code in the past, use somebody else's code. Either way, take advantage of that overall play going into today's slate of games. Thank you. Also, if you're wondering, just by any chance, if you're potentially eligible to take advantage of, that specific opportunity of the Joe Burrow play, signing up via Underdog Fantasy, all that kind of jazz. Oh my goodness, this graphic is massive. Okay, I'm gonna try to shrink it down on screen. Here it is. There it is. If you're wondering, the map to the right side of the screen determines your eligibility based on your current location. Also, if you sign up, you get my rankings every single Sunday morning for the remainder of the season. Thank you. Okay. That's all taken care of. Reminding y'all as to what the favorite plays of the week are. Good to go. Fantastic. Tannehill is clueless. Is he? I'm not surprised. Let's keep it moving. Someone said first ban ever witnessed. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? All right, here we go. Let me go ahead and scroll back up. We had Mark Datboy. Thank you, Mark. Says Cooper, DeMercado, or JSN PPR. I'll take Amari Cooper this week in a full PPR. Thank you. Cole Russell says Chuba Hubbard or Osborne full PPR. Give me Osborne there. Thank you. Let's see here. We had Jared Shibby says, hey, I hope all is well. Thank you. It is. I appreciate it. Except for the fact that I'm running on 1 hour of sleep, everything is fantastic. But again, it's Sunday, man. Who needs to sleep when there's football to be, consumed? In a full PPR league, who should I start? Geno, Kirk, Madison, Rashad White, Swift, Amon-Ra, Olave, Waddle, Waller, Goddard, KJ Osborne. Okay. So, Jared, of the players that you have on roster, I'd play Kirk Cousins over Geno Smith. So, Kirk Cousins is your quarterback. As for the running backs that you have, Madison, White, Swift, I'll play Madison and Swift. As for the wide receivers you have, I'd play Amon-Ra St. Brown alongside of Waddle. As for the tight ends you have, I'd play Goddard. As for the flex options that you have available to you in a full PPR, I will take Olave. Thank you. Appreciate it, Jared. Let's see here. DJ says full PPR, start 3, Brian Robinson, Garrett Wilson, JT. So you only have, you see, you see where I'm confused here, DJ? You see what's going on here? You mentioned 3 players and you said start 3. Is it start 2 or start 3? Because you only mentioned 3 players: Brian Robinson, Garrett Wilson, JT. I'm confused now, DJ. Jake Elliott is easy pick'em alongside a Christian McCaffrey touchdown. That's the whole point, right? We only want easy pick'ems. We don't want to make this difficult on ourselves. We just want to win money, easy. How is Nevada not eligible? That's a fantastic question, Zach. But I think the state of Nevada, again, they've got to make sure that Las Vegas is is the main attraction. Again, they didn't make those beautiful hotels from people winning money there from their slot machines. Did I miss IDP rankings? I don't do IDP rankings, but I appreciate the belief in my rankings of IDP. I haven't played in an IDP league since 2011, so there's fair warning. Thank you, Buffington. Tommy says, would you trade Josh Allen for Saquon Barkley in a 6-point per passing touchdown league? No, I wouldn't. I think Josh Allen is a first-round pick in a 6-point per passing touchdown league, so I wouldn't. How do we feel about Olave? I'm super worried about I'm super worried to have Pierce and Higgins on the bench. I wouldn't feel like Pierce could at any point outscore Olave today unless Pierce scores multiple touchdowns. Higgins, again, he's coming off the rib injury. I think you're fine there, Vic. DJ says 2. Okay, cool, 2. So if we're starting 2 of the 3, I would start in a full PPR, Brian Robinson and Garrett Wilson. Thank you. Would I downgrade Laporta? I would. Okay, never mind. You're talking to somebody else there, Andrew. No problem. Andrew Clark. Let's see here. Gmail says, okay, no, we could take care of that. Asaf says Myers or Jonathan Taylor, half PPR, half point per first down. I'll take Jacoby Myers there. Thank you. Let's see here. King Shakur, 21 says flex 1, Foreman, Hubbard, DeMercado. I'll take Foreman there. Thank you. Why is Hubbard so low? Well, primarily because, again, unless he scores a touchdown, his overall utilization and opportunity most likely renders him to like 10 rushing attempts. Maybe he's able to gather himself in a negative game script if we're lucky. 45 yards rushing. So he gets 4.5 points there. And then if he's able to get himself receiving utilization, maybe he catches the ball 3 to 4 times if he's able to, because there is other running backs in this backfield. Raheem Blackshear is the 3rd string running back who will obviously be active today in the absence of Miles Sanders. If he catches the ball 3 times, maybe for 10 yards a pop, maybe he can get himself like 9 points in fantasy without a touchdown. Like, I think that's a pretty solid spot. But is it a guarantee that he even records that kind of level of efficiency? No. That's the only concern there, especially in a negative game script. He may not even be able to run the ball 10 times today. Let's see here. So we had a question that came in from Dre Day. Says, by the way, good call on Stevenson. On Flowers? I think that's what you meant. You put a flower, but that looks like a rose to me. PPR, Stevenson, Curtis Samuel, or Garrett Wilson. In a PPR scoring format, I would rather probably play either of those 2 wide receivers as of right now. So if I was to suggest one, I'd probably end up playing Garrett Wilson there. Thank you. Hood Rat Pat says, flex, Nico Collins or Deontay Foreman. What's your scoring format, Hood Rat? That's my only question. If it's a full PPR, I'll take Nico Collins. Where are we at? Juice. Okay, we took care of that. Lindsay says in a half PPR, Jonathan Taylor or Gabe Davis. I'll probably play Gabe Davis there, yeah. Why Ridley over Waddle? He plays against Indianapolis. Let's see here. Any interest in Palmer or Johnston over Olave or Hollywood? No. Cody Holmes says, start Burrow or Cousins this week. I'll take Burrow. Thank you. McLaurin or Higgins to start if Higgins plays. Yeah, I'll play. No, you know what? If Higgins plays, I'll take him. Yeah, I have him ranked higher. What am I saying? Devin Gutierrez says, full PPR. Do I start Puka Nacua or Adam Thielen? I'll play Puka Nacua this week. I think they're both fantastic plays, as you already can, as I'm sure you know. But yeah, I'll take Puka. JJ's Watch Hangout says, would you trade Pollard for Austin Eckler? 1,000% yes. 100%. Do it now. If you can do it, 100% do it. Downs or F1.5 PPR? Let me check my rankings. In a half PPR, in that scenario, I have Joshua Downs ranked higher. So in a full PPR, he'd probably also be ranked higher. Thank you. Why is Christian Kirk rated so low? Yeah, he definitely doesn't have the best games against the Indianapolis Colts. Kenny Moore typically gives him problems as the primary. That is hibiscus. Is that what it is? Is that the flower? That's hibiscus. Okay, got it. So as for anyway, I was on the matter of Christian Kirk. Considering Kenny Moore typically gives him problems, there's going to be a lot of upside from Evan Ingram and Calvin Ridley, as there typically is when the Jacksonville Jaguars take on the Indianapolis Colts. You go back to week 1, that's what it was. I mean, literally, Christian Kirk had 1 reception. You go back to 2022, in the games in which he took on the Indianapolis Colts, outside of scoring 3 touchdowns, which again is all red zone work, he is yet to see himself red zone work this season at a high capacity. Outside of the red zone work that he saw last season, which will not be available to him very often this season because of Calvin Ridley's participation, and of course Travis Etienne balling out, the expectation is that unless he scores a touchdown, he's not going to see a high enough volume of receptions to make him a upper tier option in comparison where he's been in the last couple weeks, of course. All right, PPR Swift or Ridley? I'll take Ridley there. We had a question that came in from Dominique. Thank you, Dominique. Says, half PPR, pick one. Breece Hall, JT, Osborne, or Palmer. If I'm picking one, I'll take Breece Hall out of the bunch. In another league, pick one between Breece Hall, Madison, Saquon, Cooper, and Stevenson. If I'm playing one out of that entire group, assuming that's Amari Cooper, not Cooper Kupp, just, for that relevance, I'll still play Breece Hall out of that bunch. Thank you. Pedro's Lucario. Hope you're doing well, Pedro. Says, standard flex. Chuba Hubbard, Downs, Waller, Logan Thomas. In a standard scoring format, I'll probably play Logan Thomas there and pray. Thank you. Outlook on Ramondre rest of the season, considering his SOS is so good. Here's the issue with Ramondre. If they make a quarterback change, if their offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien, wakes up a little bit, he could legitimately go back to being a top 15 running back. I mean, you go back to last season. The offense for the New England Patriots was one of the, forget it. Besides being one of the worst in the NFL, it was the worst New England Patriots offense since 2002 in terms of total points scored, in terms of total rushing touchdowns scored. It was the worst New England Patriots offense that they have seen in 20 years. And now we've somehow gotten to a worse spot. I am very confident that Bill O'Brien can dig them out of this hole and at least put them in positions to succeed. I understand that they've been dealing with a lot of offensive line injuries. And here goes Derrick Henry. Go to the house, baby. Go to the house. Go, Derrick. No, go. Come on, Derrick. They better not take him out for Tyjae Spears. I'll lose my mind. I'll cry on stream. Anyway, getting back to the point on hand. I don't even know where we were at. Yes, Ramondre Stevenson. Eventually, he can get back to his successful form because he was able to be a top 12 running back last season in the worst New England Patriots offense of the last 20 years. So the expectation is if they can just be a little bit better than last year, he'll be fine. What a run, man. We love Derrick Henry, right? Everybody was already getting pissed off. All right, let's see here. If they hand it to Tyjae Spears, I'm going to cry on stream live. Throw it to Derrick Henry. Oh, no. They did hand it to Tyjae Spears. Don't score a touchdown. Give it to Henry, please. All right. Hall or Nico Collins in a full PPR? Matt, I go with Nico there. Thanks, man. We had a couple more questions sent in via Super Chat. Jonathan Del Angel says, Joshua Palmer, Elijah Moore, DJ Chark, PPR. I have Joshua Palmer ranked the highest of the three. If I was to give you an order, Jonathan, it would be Palmer number 1, Chark number 2, Elijah Moore number 3 in that order. Chase McGraw says, should I start Stevenson over Saquon and why? The issue that I have with Saquon is the fact that we don't know for a fact if he's going to play tonight. Considering he's a game time decision, you might get to the Sunday Night Football game and have to just find another option to play, which would be like Matt Breida. I'd rather just stick with the safety of playing Stevenson, who I think is going to score more points anyway tonight or today in comparison. Thank you. Laporta or Chuba Hubbard, half PPR. Brandon, I don't know if that's a yikes situation. I think you're fine starting. If I'm going to pick one of the two, I think we just play it safe and play Chuba Hubbard. I don't know if, it's going to be interesting. I don't know if I can trust Laporta outright. In some situations, if I'm like starting two different tight ends, I'm okay playing that, Laporta. But in in the case of you asking in a half PPR, I think I just rather just be safe with it and play Chuba. Did they take Derrick Henry out of the game because it's 3rd and goal and this team sucks? Yeah, what a surprise. What a surprise. Where is he throwing the ball? All right, thank God we got a penalty. It's going to be literally on the 1 yard line. They're going to punch it in. Thank the fantasy gods. Moving on. Let's see here. Some Fasty in the chat says it's not roughing QB. Okay, never mind. Y'all too fake says, hey Andrew, I'm really struggling with my tight end. Do I just put Pitts in and ride it, or do I play Ertz? I like Ertz a lot. Look, when I look at the performances of tight ends most recently conducted against the LA Rams defense, this is the 2 performances that like are pretty compelling to me in the last 2 weeks. Besides the fact that Dallas Goedert went for what was the stat line, like 8 catches, over 100 receiving yards, and a receiving touchdown. You go to the Colts game, the Colts trio of wide receivers like Mo Alley Cox, Ogletree, and Granson, they combined for over 100 receiving yards as a trio. They had themselves like 7 catches, 100 yards, and 2 receiving touchdowns. Like, there's enough in the last 2 weeks for me to be convinced that Zach Ertz, as one of the primary receiving options of this offense, should have himself a decent game against the Rams defense, in a game in which it probably should be a negative kind of game script for them throwing the ball, and they don't have James Conner, so they're probably less efficient in terms of running on top of it. So I like Zach Ertz. If you have to drop someone that's relevant to your team and it's going to, really make your team struggle overall, then at that point we're probably not interested in that, and we'll just play Pitts. But otherwise, I don't mind it. Did they just kick a field goal? What was the penalty? Was it an offensive PI? I'm so confused. What just happened? He kicked a field goal. All right, moving on. I would have loved to have seen a nice little 1 yard plunge for Derrick Henry. I would have loved to have seen it. I would have loved to have seen it. Anyway, moving on. Sebastian Alex says Logan Thomas or Zach Ertz today. I have Zach Ertz ranked lower than Logan Thomas. I have Logan Thomas on screen right over there, somewhere over there on the right side of the screen. I have Logan Thomas at 6 and Zach Ertz at 8. Thank you. But yeah, so whoever was asking the Kyle Pitts or Zach Ertz, because I have them back to back in my rankings, just keep Kyle Pitts. Don't make any moves. Don't do anything that's going to hurt your team going forward. Uncatchable ball. Ryan Tannehill, you son of a gun. Of course it's uncatchable because Ryan Tannehill is a complete... Dude, I remember when Ryan Tannehill used to be good. You guys remember that? 2020, 2021, Ryan Tannehill was actually a good quarterback. You remember that? 2019, 2020, 2021, he kind of fell off, even though he was a top 12 quarterback by the end of the year. But still, 2019, 2020, man, those were the years where Ryan Tannehill, minimum 240 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns every game. Now he's just a shell of himself, man. I don't get it. It is what it is. John in the chat was asking, how do we feel about Amari Cooper? Listen, I have seen PJ Walker be a relevant quarterback and help DJ Moore be fantasy relevant in, last year's games as he was a starter for the Carolina Panthers. But more often than not, PJ Walker is probably going to be he's in a rough situation. He's playing in an offense that, again, is a run-first attack against a really good run-stopping defense. And the weather's probably not going to be on his side. I would not venture to say that Amari Cooper's going to have a fantastic day, but if he can have a decent day, I'd love to see that, but it's going to be tough for sure. Waddle or Foreman? Give me Waddle there. Let's see here. Because Tannehill's fade ball is the worst thing. Yeah, it really is. I don't even understand where he was aiming. I don't even, what are we doing there? Jack Darjean, hope you're doing well, Jack. Thank you for the super chat. Says, should I drop Anthony Richardson? Yeah, the reports that I was reading earlier this morning, and I'm sure that you've already read now, is that Anthony Richardson may be shut down for the remainder of the year. If he's on your IR spot, then at this point, it doesn't hurt to hold him, unless you're like, hey, I'm going to drop him off my team. I'm going to put somebody else on my bench onto my IR, and then I'm just going to go pick up somebody really quickly. At that point, I'm okay with it because, yeah, it is beginning to progressively look like there's a high likelihood that he most likely is unfortunately going to be out of commission maybe for the whole remainder of the year. Hopefully it's not the case, but he may need season-ending surgery on that shoulder. Matthew Williams says, "Are we keeping Waller bench this week? Do the Giants need him? I think he's gonna play. And from what I saw last week at the back end of the game, in the final two drives where Tyrod Taylor came into the game, I think he threw. Let me see here. Let me go look it up. How many passes did he throw at the end of that game? Let's go check. At the end of last week's game, the New York Giants had Tyrod Taylor throw the ball 12 times. 4 of those targets went in the direction of Darren Waller, excuse me. So had about a 30% target share. Not bad. So I'm starting Darren Waller because I know he's playing tonight. And they're going to be in a negative game script. Sebastian Alex says defensive kicker rankings. All right, if we can get to 550 likes, we'll do it. Sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate it. We had a question that came in from Black Jesus. Black Jesus said the following: I need a flex. Mari Cooper, Salvin Ahmed, or Curtis Samuel. Give me Curtis Samuel out of the group. Thank you. Sam Castillo. Thank you, Sam. Says PPR, pick 2. Kirk, Davis, Higgins, Ahmed. Give me Kirk and give me Davis. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Joseph Reynolds in the chat was saying, wait on Barkley or start McLaurin in the flex. If I wait, I have Palmer on Monday. I would wait. Yeah, I would wait there, Joseph. If he plays, you play him. If he doesn't, you play Palmer on Monday. Thank you. Samuel Lee says, Andrew, the voice of reason. Do we rank Curtis Samuel over Scary Terry going forward? Please say no. No. It's just a 1 week thing. The primary reason that I like Scary Terry as much as I do, I just saw they threw a pick. That's fantastic. I don't understand what Lamar's doing. I mean, he's throwing it 10 yards over Rashad Bateman's head, but it is what it is. Here comes a Derrick Henry touchdown, question mark. Fingers crossed. Wait, did he score? Is it a pick 6? Hold up. Wait a minute. Is that a pick 6? Let's hope it's not. Oh, I need a Derrick Henry touchdown. Okay, it's not a pick 6. Good. Anyway, getting back to the question that was on hand. Scary Terry will be more valuable going forward. The reason why Curtis Samuel has so much value going into the given week against Washington is because, going up against Atlanta is because D. Alford, the primary nickel corner of that team, is one of the worst nickel corners in terms of coverage thus far this season. And of course, Curtis Samuel plays primarily in the slot and has seen a lot of red zone upside in the last couple weeks. So I trust him. Thank you. Let's see here. I like blue. Says, hey Andrew, pick 2. Swift, Keenan Allen, Kamara, full PPR. If I'm starting 2 out of that group, it's Keenan Allen and Kamara. Thank you. Sour guy or Suor guy? I don't know. JT or Madison? I'm in big need of RB help. At this moment, I would probably lean in the direction of playing Madison. It's a great matchup against the Bears. JT's still going to be limited in his offense. Any news on T. Higgins snap counts? Anyone seen? No, I haven't seen anything yet. Brandon Frederick says, trade away Jonathan Taylor and Amon-Ra St. Brown and get back Jamar Chase and James Cook. Yes, I'll take it. Give me Cook and Chase. Thank you. Moving on. Darren sends in a question. Thank you very much, Darren. Darren says the following. Who do I sit this week? Puka, Ridley, or Adams? Out of the 3, I am fairly certain I have on screen Puka ranked the lowest. So I would end up suggesting that, which sucks, but hey, listen, you got stud wide receivers for a reason. Tyrone says, should I start Barkley or Chuba? At this point, considering they're very low, they're very close in terms of my overall rankings, I would just say avoid the risk of missing out on playing Barkley in case he doesn't start tonight and just play Chuba now. Weather for Bears? Yeah, the weather is no longer an issue. I'm looking at the report as of right now. Let me update this. Let's see, where are we at? The weather in Chicago looks like, it says it's clear. So there's a very low chance of rain. That's what I'm reading at least, but it could change. It could be raining right now for all I know. But the weather report maybe is not up to date as of where it needs to be. Something like that, perhaps, potentially. Amari Cooper or T. Higgins? I'll take T. Higgins there, Julian. Let's see here. Love the channel. Thank you, Isaiah. I appreciate that. Half PPR, Scary Terry or Zach Moss? I'll probably play Zach Moss there. Scary situation for Chris Moore? Let's hope not. Hope he's healthy. Let's see here. Should be ejected? Really? Was it that hard of a hit? I didn't even see it. Ryan McRobbie says, I'm in Chicago right now. Looks nice. Ryan, for the remainder of the season, you're going to be my Chicago weather guy. You understand? For the remainder of the year. Yeah, are you close to Soldier Field, though? That's the real question. Like, if you're not close enough to Soldier Field and you're somewhere else in Chicago, like, it may be a little bit different. But anyway, Kyle Hamilton ejected. Wow, he must have knocked his head off, huh? Interesting. Ridley or James Cook in the flex? Jordan, I'd probably end up playing Ridley there. Thank you. There was a question that was sent in earlier, and there was a Hood Rat. Hood Rat Pat. Full PPR, right? Okay, yeah. So I'm going to play Nico Collins there. Cool. If you're still there, Hood Rat, I think I forgot about getting back to your question. I just somehow remembered it, but there you go. Mixon or Metcalf? Walter, I'd only ever play Metcalf in that situation if it's a full PPR over Mixon. Thank you. Let's see here. We had a question from Jay McLaughlin. Jay, hope you're doing well. Says Joshua Downs worth a grab on my waivers now that Gardner Minshew is the QB. Yes, I think it's absolutely worth a grab for sure. For the remainder of the season, absolutely. Because again, with Gardner Minshew in that quarterback position, they become far less of a run first attack. Did Derrick Henry find the end zone? God bless. Thank you, fantasy gods. Derrick Henry's on the board. Let's go. He's back, baby. King Henry's back. Let's go. We need 9 more likes for 550 to do defensive rankings. That is correct, Sebastian. We are very close. 9 more likes, 8 more likes, actually. If you guys could do me a solid, click the like button down below. It'd be greatly appreciated. Derrick Henry finds the end zone. God bless. The fantasy gods have smiled on us today, and that interception and the obviously, the penalty set him up to get in the end zone. Well done, Derrick Henry. Well done. The offense is starting to wake up. I mean, look, when you have short field position, that's all you need, That's all you need. Short field position, and you need a 250-pound running back, 6'3", and you're good to go. No Name says, I have the Lions defense. Should I drop them and pick up the Dolphins or Raiders? Yes, pick up the Dolphins. All right, so we're at 559 likes. Let's go over defensive rankings just so we can also, give confidence to No Name in regards to his question. Okay, so top 12 defensive rankings. Here we go. With the remaining defenses, number 1 is the Buffalo Bills. Number 2, the San Francisco 49ers. 3, we have the Miami Dolphins. 4, Philadelphia Eagles. 5, Jacksonville Jaguars. 6, New Orleans Saints. 7, Los Angeles Rams. 8, Las Vegas Raiders. 9, Houston Texans. 10, Detroit Lions. 11, Minnesota Vikings. 12, Atlanta Falcons. Moving on to kicker rankings. Number 1, Jake Elliott. 2, Kaimi Fairbairn. 3, Tyler Bass. 4, Evan McPherson. 5, Brandon Aubrey. 6, Jake Moody. 7, Cameron Dicker. 8, Brad Maher. 9, Brandon McManus. 10, Blake Groupie. 11, Jason Sanders. And 12, Jason Myers. Thank you. Appreciate y'all for clicking the like button. It definitely does help a lot for the channel, the algorithm, all that kind of jazz. It really does. Anytime you guys click the like button, you may not directly see me say thank you, but understand, just understand the ghost of Andrew is thanking you from above. Okay? I appreciate it. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from Brandon Frederick. Let's see. We took care of that question, correct? Yes, we did. And then we took care of Darren's question. We're good. Okay, cool. Soto Gus says Garrett Wilson or Jordan Addison. I'll play Jordan Addison this week. Gus, thank you. Do you think Saquon will actually play? I have no clue. I would hope that he doesn't. Honestly, selfishly, I hope he doesn't, because I don't think this is going to be. I don't think this is a game where we want to have Saquon out there. I think I want him to be fully healthy, and I want him to come back next week with a healthy offensive line. Like, they have 3 of their starting offensive linemen out again this week. Like, I don't know if that bodes well for them. So selfishly, I kind of want him to stay healthy and not play, but I know a lot of us need him for fantasy purposes. But right now, it's just like, just be healthy. I don't want you risking re-injury in a game that does not matter, that you're not going to win regardless of how hard they try, they will not win that game. Even if someone told me, let me see here. If someone told me, hey, Andrew, the Buffalo Bills are going to be starting their backup quarterback today and Josh Allen's just not going to play, let me go see who's their backup quarterback right now. I think it's Kyle Allen, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go to find my depth chart website real quick. Depth chart Buffalo Bills. Their backup is Kyle Allen, right? Yes, it is. I would honestly easily predict that the Bills would still win with Kyle Allen at quarterback. If you guys remember back in the day, Kyle Allen was pretty good with the Panthers, and he was pretty decent for the Washington Commanders, also Washington football team at the time, nonetheless. Anyway, moving on. A couple more questions to answer. Fat says Lockett or Amari DeMercado. The fat guy, I would play Lockett there in a full PPR. JV1123 says full PPR. Moss, Taylor, DeMercado, Michael Thomas, Brian Robinson, Joshua Reynolds, or Josh Palmer. If I'm starting 3 of those options, I would like to play Brian Robinson Jr., I would like to play Michael Thomas, and I would also like to play Jonathan Taylor. Thank you. Let's see. Corey Nelson says, okay, so that's different. Corey Nelson says, deep half PPR, do I flex Boyd, Mingo, or Damian Harris / Latavius Murray? In a half PPR scoring format, I think I'd be I'd probably play Latavius Murray and hope he finds himself in the end zone. The issue is if he doesn't fall into the end zone, you have a 3-point player. The question is Tyler Boyd better than 3 points this season? Or even Mingo? Let me see here. In a half, is it a half PPR? Let me just confirm the scoring format. Yeah, half PPR. Let me see in a half PPR what we're looking at for Tyler Boyd, potentially. Mingo is there and Boyd is there. Let's see what these guys have done this season in a half PPR. So Boyd has been 2, 8.2, 6.4, 4.6, and 6.9. Okay. And we have Mingo, who's been out of the group. I probably just play Tyler Boyd. Yeah. I think it's just safer to play Tyler Boyd out of the bunch. Thank you. If Latavius Murray finds the end zone, he probably scores like 8 points. I think we could probably still see like maybe 6 to 10 points out of Tyler Boyd. 10 if he gets lucky and scores a touchdown, of course. Thank you. All right. There's a question from G Money. Says Hall or Madison flex. If Barkley doesn't play, I'm playing Hall as my RB2 depending on Madison throwing in a helmet. Yeah, I would just play Hall and Madison outright there, G Money. I have them both ranked higher. And Minshew has a chance to shine. No, Minshew's played well, man. Throughout his entire career, he's always played well. It's just a matter of can the pieces around him, help him also elevate his game, which in this case, in that offense with Shane Steichen, considering he's familiar with Shane Steichen, considering he was the backup quarterback of the Eagles last year, Shane Steichen was the offense coordinator. They have such a great rapport. They already know what, plays they're comfortable with. They're in a good spot. Is Mark Andrews alive? I don't know. Is he? Let me go check my, let me see how many points he has in a full PPR right now. My Mark Andrews is 4.7 points, 2 catches for 27. This is why matchups matter, right? The Tennessee Titans are really good at stopping tight ends. We would just hope that the relevancy of, Mark Andrews being a fantastic tight end would matter, but it doesn't because matchups, prevail in a lot of those scenarios. Let's see here. Amari or Joshua Palmer. I'd probably end up playing. I'd probably just play Joshua Palmer there. Cooper or Quentin Johnston. I'll play Cooper there. JRR tokens. Thank you. Chriso, point 2 says, should I start Devonta Smith or Garrett Wilson? Devonta Smith. Again, DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner, the number 1 and the number 2 cornerback of the Jets, are out. So Devonta Smith's going to have himself a solid game today. Shay Fio says, Henry or Raheem Mostert rest of the season? What do you think? Oh, wow, that's a really good question. I would probably venture to say that Henry is better rest of the season, primarily because Achane will eventually return, and if and when he does, I think that's scheduled to be week 11 from weeks 12. Okay, so let's put it this way. If we're talking about rest of season, right, including the including the fantasy football playoffs, it is Derrick Henry. But if we're just talking about, hey, who's going to help me get to the playoffs, it would probably be Raheem Mostert. Let's see here. G Falls 21 says, with injuries, do I play Kendrick Bourne today? Haha. Or at least I have Christian McCaffrey, Diggs, and Hill. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind playing Kendrick Bourne. Currently, I have him ranked in a half PPR as my number. Where's Kendrick Bourne on this rankings list? He's number 44 as my wide receiver. Like, I have him ranked higher than Rashad Bateman's already playing, of course. I have him ranked higher than DJ Chark, Jamison Williams, Robert Woods, Michael Gallup, Darnell Mooney, Michael Wilson, Rashid Shaheed. So, yeah, I think he should be solid. What's going on here? Who's the Andrew K for NBA? As in for like fantasy? I have no clue. That's a good question. Look into that. I'm sure there's somebody that's on YouTube that makes fantasy content for NBA. I couldn't do it though. NBA fantasy is a nightmare. Having to set your lineup every day, whew, goodness gracious, that would be a nightmare. That would just, whew, that's too much time commitment for me. At least like, I can survive with Thursdays, Sundays, and Mondays, right? But if I had to do it every day, sheesh, that's too much of a commitment of time. Is it crazy to start Stafford over Burrow? No, it's not crazy. I think it's okay. Hunter says Ertz has a great matchup, or Kittle. Worried about Kittle. Won't get enough with a workload. Yeah, I don't mind playing Ertz there. I understand the logic, but I also could understand the potential of Kittle coming away with a touchdown because of the short field opportunities and the fact that there's probably a high likelihood that the Cleveland Browns either turn over the ball often or just can't even score for majority of the game. Nico Collins or Hollywood Brown. My YouTube is bugging. Sorry. If I send it twice. No, you're fine, Kevin. I would rather play Hollywood Brown today. Thank you. Palmer over Amari all day because of the wind. Yeah, either way. Palmer for sure. Is Jamal Williams a good waiver wire pickup if available? I don't think so. Kamara is back, and Kamara is going to be the predominant leader of this backfield. And unless we're talking about garbage time, I guess Jamal Williams could work in garbage time, but otherwise I don't see him impeding too much on the overall value of Kamara. Let's see here. Where are we at? Gabe Davis or Ramondre Stevenson? I'd probably just play Gabe Davis there. Samuel or Josh Downs? I'd play Samuel. Thank you. Giovanna Thomas, thank you very much for the super chat. Giovanna says, Godwin or Ayuk full PPR? I'll take Ayuk in a full PPR. Here the weather is bad in Cleveland. Yeah, if you want to avoid the weather, let's just play Godwin. And let's just not even take any risk on it. That's fine. Again, I have no problem. Like, if you guys want to, like for example, right, I have Ayuk at 24. I've Godwin at 27. They're so close in my rankings. If you want to play one over the other, that's fine. But I think it would be egregious to play Ayuk over Calvin Ridley. Do you know what I mean? Like, those are where, those are the extents in which I'm like, okay, that's enough. But hopefully that makes sense. Thanks. Let's see here. Zenith says full PPR, Rashad White or Osborne in the flex. In a full PPR, I'd probably just play Osborne there. People are suggesting a guy in the chat in terms of NBA fantasy, by the way. I'm going to go look this guy up. Let's see what he does. Yeah, I mean, he makes videos multiple times a day. Dude, he had 3 videos just yesterday of just mock drafts. So that's probably not a bad idea. I don't know if he's good. Again, I've never watched this guy. I don't play NBA fantasy. But yeah, be sure to check it out. Wow, Tannehill. What is this? What happened? Did he throw another pick? Did he throw another pick? Have a great day, Andrew. Thank you. My way. Appreciate it. Bench Tannehill? Yeah, I've been asking for that for weeks now. He tried to. Oh yeah, but I mean, look, they're double covering the tight end. Like, I mean, actually, that's not even double cover. That's just safety help over the top, just jumping the route. Never mind, that's not even double cover. Thank you very much, my way. Appreciate it. Hubbard or Ford? I'll take Hubbard there. Charles R says, hi, Andrew. Start 2 of each. Half PPR. Olave, Ridley, Nico, Amon-Ra, Addison. I'll play Ridley and Amon-Ra there, Charles. RB, Bijan Robinson, Pollard, Kamara, and Walker. I'll take Bijan and Pollard. Thank you. Thanks for the fantasy reference. Yes. Let them know we sent you. Let's see here. Collins or Stevenson, full PPR. I'll take Collins there. Hunter says, one more ask, full PPR league. I need a flex spot. Christian Kirk, Hollywood Brown, or KJ Osborne. I like Hollywood Brown. Dude, kicker and defensive rankings. We'll probably do it at the top of the hour. So at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, about 9 minutes from now. Thanks. Minshew or Howell? I have Howell ranked higher this week. Would you play CJ Stroud over Kirk Cousins today? I wouldn't. Josh Downs or Elijah Moore? I would play Josh Downs there. Cubanito. Nick Crane says T. Higgins or Alexander Madison. I'd play Alexander Madison. Let's see. It's Mech says 10-team full PPR. I need one running back between Saquon, Jonathan Taylor, or Dante Foreman. I like Foreman. I like Taylor. If you want to play one of the two, that's fine. I think both those options are better than Saquon this week, so you just avoid the risk and just go with one of those guys. Thank you. We took care of that. We're good to go. Awesome. Okay, let's see what's going on in this game. Is Lamar Jackson going to give Mark Andrews a touchdown? Dude, they're so far away. Never mind. What do the fantasy points look like, though, for some of these other options? Let's see here. Let's go to live. Let's go here. Happy PR. Derrick Henry, 18.2. We love to see it. Justin Tucker has 13 fantasy points. Zay Flowers has 11. That's great. Baltimore defense has 10. Nick Folk has 7. That's fine. Nobody else is doing anything. Where's Lamar's points? 13.16. Yikes. Okay. Well, we still got time. How much time is left in this quarter? Nah, maybe. Maybe there's time. Maybe there's time for him to break 20 fantasy points, assuming they score one more touchdown. Maybe. All right, let's see here. Stim Bayless says, hey, Andrew, full PPR. I need help at flex. Godwin, Madison, Higgins. Assuming it's a full PPR, I'd probably just play Godwin there. Big Drew 93 sends in a super chat. Thank you, Big Drew. Says, Kyron Williams or Deebo Samuel? Kyron Williams for sure. Amato Britton says, how do we value a player in IR? Looking at first Justin Jefferson and second Devon Achane, 98% making the playoffs. First year noob here, 10-man league. How do we value a player in IR? It depends, right? So Devon Achane, they said earlier today that he's not coming back until potentially week 11. Again, that is to be determined. He's eligible after 4 weeks, so technically he could come back in week 10. But there will be a 21-day window in which they can activate him to the starting roster. As for Justin Jefferson, same kind of thing. They're saying 4 to 6 weeks, so until potentially week 11. We'll have to wait and see. But how do we value them? Again, if you have a strong enough team to where you're going to make the playoffs, you want these two guys on your roster. If, in fact, you're going to be in a situation where you may not make the playoffs, but again, like you mentioned, you have a 98% chance of making the playoffs, you keep them so that when you get to the playoffs, they go off for your team and they help you win a championship, right? Let's see here. Do you have any player props for this game? For this game? Like as in the Ravens and thing? No. I do not like either of these teams in terms of props because it's really not easy to predict the inconsistencies of these offenses for sure. MQN Caesar says, is Saquon playing? We won't know until the game. And the game is Sunday Night Football, so we probably won't know until an hour before the game begins. So there's a likelihood that he could not play. He's going to be a true game time decision. I don't think he has to play for this team because, again, they're in a position where, unfortunately, they're going to get blown out. So, Caesar, if you've got a better option that's ranked higher on my rankings that you can see on screen, go for it. If you don't, then I guess we can take the risk and see if it pans out. But, yeah, let me know what other options you got there. Adam in the chat was saying Stevenson or Rondell Moore, Logan Thomas, Josh Downs, full PPR pick 2. I play Stevenson and I play Josh Downs there. Let's see here. Said he's on pace for 4 weeks. Hopefully he's on pace for 4 weeks. But again, let's say, for example, if there's some sort of setback, it would be tough, maybe 4 to 6. We'll be okay with that either way. Why are the Rams defense ranked so high? I don't actually think that the offense... Okay, so this is where the Rams defense thrives as of late. They've been pretty good against the pass, and their secondary has played very well. Unfortunately for the Arizona Cardinals, they lost their best running back. And I think the combination of DeMercado and Keontae Ingram is not going to be sufficient enough to where they're going to be in a situation where they're going to be able to consistently run the ball. It'll force the passing the ball in a lot of third and long situations, second and long situations. And when the Rams take a early lead, which they will in this game, it'll obviously influence a negative game script. I think there's a good chance that Aaron Donald can pin his ears back. I think the secondary could, cause some turnovers, and I think they could score a pretty decent volume of points. So I like the Rams defense in that regard, Crayon. RC4 says full PPR, 2 quarterback super flex league. Would you start Amon-Ra St. Brown or Trevor Lawrence? 1,000% I'd play Trevor Lawrence. I always default to the quarterback, and especially with a great quarterback as such, yeah, I'll go with that. My other options are Chuba Hubbard and Drake London. I would just play Drake London there, Caesar. All right, Danny D sends in a question. Was there somebody else that also? Yeah, we took care of Britain. Danny D says full PPR Swift or Walker. In a full PPR, I have Swift higher than Walker because Swift gets more receiving upside. When we move on to Kirk or Marquise Hollywood Brown, I would. So yeah, here's my suggestion. I'd play Swift, Walker, and Marquise Hollywood Brown there, Danny. Thank you. Big Drew 93 says full PPR Marquise Brown or Debo Samuel. In a full PPR, I'd probably just play Marquise Hollywood Brown there. Thank you. Antonio Haskell says, full PPR Ferguson or Laporta? If Laporta is active today, he's going to be in my lineup. So I'll play Laporta. You have the option if in case, Laporta is inactive somehow, some way, which I don't think is going to be the case. You could pivot to Ferguson for tomorrow's game. But yeah, I would try to play Laporta today. If he's active, of course. Snipe City says, would you replace either of Addison, Metcalf, or McLaurin for Higgins? I would probably play Higgins over McLaurin, but that's the only thing. Let's see here. Alistar, 10 penny. That's a really... Listen, let me tell you something. I've played Dungeons and Dragons a lot in my life, and let me tell you, Alistar 10 penny is a name. That is definitely that's a D&D name. Trade away Puka for Jefferson. My wide receivers are Watson, Waddle, Hollywood, Pickens, 3 and 2. If you think you can still make the playoffs while making that move, yes, you make it. No problem, Caesar. Listen, Caesar, when you've got the check mark, when you've got the YouTube check mark, and you're a fellow content creator, I'm more than happy to help. I don't know how the heck you got the check mark, but that's, hey, listen, we'll take it. I got to go find your channel, I guess, one of these times. All right, next question. We have from Double AC1. Double AC1 says the following. Bench spot, half PPR, Hubbard or Jameson Williams? I'd rather have Jameson Williams on my bench spot. Thank you. NGA says poverty team. One flex, full PPR, Ahmed, Jameson Williams, Michael Wilson. If I'm playing one of these options, I think I probably end up playing Salvin Ahmed there. Ray Lomas says Madison or Jacoby Myers, flex full PPR. I'll take Jacoby Myers there. Thank you. Sam Thomas 21 says half PPR, Craig Reynolds or Zeke. I'll take Craig Reynolds there. Thank you. Daniel Cap Keenan, thank you very much, Daniel, says flex Addison, Downs, Moss, Lockett, or Foreman. Thanks. What's your scoring format, Daniel? Appreciate it if you can give me more intel on that. Tannehill going to the locker room hurt. That's not what I wanted to see. I don't want him to get hurt. I just want him to get replaced because he's playing terribly. Who's in? Is it going to be Levis or is it going to be Malik? Why am I forgetting this guy's last name? I don't remember this guy's last name. Anyway, yeah, I'm waiting to know your scoring format, Daniel. Juan Torres says half PPR. Palmer, Rashad White, Ahmed. If I'm playing one of the three, I'd probably end up playing Rashad White out of the bunch. And in tight end, Henry or Conklin, I'll take Conklin there. Schloth in the chat said, Curtis Samuel, Tyler Algier, or Elijah Moore. Pick one, please. I'll take Curtis Samuel there, Schloth. Cormac says, pick two, Drake London, Dameon Pierce, Brian Robinson Jr. I will take Brian Robinson Jr. and Drake London in a full PPR there. Thank you. Donald Smith, I'll take Jacoby Myers. Carlos Sanchez says, I have Dak Prescott, trade Javonte Warren. Trade Javonte Warren. I'm assuming both of them for T-Law. Trade. I have Dak Watson. Trade Javonte Warren for T-Law. Yeah, sure. Let's just upgrade the quarterback. Sure, might as well. Let's do it. PPR says Daniel. Okay, Daniel. In a full PPR scoring format, if I'm starting one of these options, I'm suggesting Jordan Addison. Thank you. Okay, cool. We're good to go. Let me see. What are we doing? Moving on. We see what do we got here? Malik Willis. Thank you. Goodness gracious, Willis. I was gonna say Malik Hooker, but I know that's Malik Hooker plays safety in the league, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I knew it was Malik, but the rest of it was not even in my brain. Either way, keep it moving. How you doing? Saquon or Mike Evans, PPR? Blonded. I play Mike Evans for sure. Of course, they're kicking another field goal. What a surprise. T. Higgins or DeMercado and a half PPR? I think it's probably... I think I'd probably just play Higgins at that point. JT or Ramondre? I like Ramondre this week. Todd Oval says, which Colts wide receiver? Pick one. I like Michael Pittman Jr. this week. Chat, should I play T. Higgins or Michael Thomas? All right, chat. Here we go. Thanks to the question, we're going to go ahead and who should he play? Question mark. Higgins, Thomas. I'm actually curious what the chat thinks. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I'm going to start a poll. Let's vote on it. Let's see what happens. All right, we just passed 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We have one more hour of live streaming. Reminder. I'm going to go over kicker and defensive rankings just in a moment. If you guys haven't clicked the like button, that'd be greatly appreciated if you can do so. Additionally, besides clicking the like button, if you guys haven't yet already, be sure to go ahead and check out Underdog Fantasy. Again, if you want my rankings every single Sunday morning for the remainder of the season, so where you don't have to wake up at the crack of the morning of 6 a.m. in order to get questions answered, etc., etc., you can go ahead and get rankings there by signing up using code Andrew, making a first-time deposit minimum of $10. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Minty collects. I see you. Okay, he says, watching the stream. Ramondre finally taking off Sunday. Struggling to trust him over Moss. If you want to play Moss, you can. I think they're close enough in my rankings to where I'm okay justifying Moss over him. I just feel like there's no way against the Raiders of all defenses he can't have a great game. There's no way. Like if he doesn't, then okay. It wouldn't surprise me because he's been playing like, garbage as the entire offense has over the course of the last month. But obviously not to his fault. It's primarily the offensive line and the play calling. But nonetheless, if you want to play Moss, I don't mind it. Let's see here. What are we at? 66% Higgins. So it's relatively close. It's not like completely out of the realm of possibility where you could start Michael Thomas in that scenario. Let me go ahead and mention kicker and defensive rankings while we're here. Let me go 1 through 12. I'm not going to mention the number. I'm just going to mention the teams in order from 1 to 12. Buffalo Bills, San Francisco 49ers, Miami Dolphins, Philadelphia Eagles, Jacksonville Jaguars, New Orleans Saints, LA Rams, Las Vegas Raiders, Houston Texans, Detroit Lions, Minnesota Vikings, Atlanta Falcons. Top 12 kickers. Jake Elliott, Kaimi Fairbairn, Tyler Bass, Evan McPherson, Brandon Aubrey, Jake Moody, Cameron Dicker, Brett Maher, Brandon McManus, Blake Groupie, Jason Sanders, Jason Myers. Holy moly. Okay. Andy sent in a super chat. Thank you very much, Andy. To answer your question, Andy, we have the following. Can you explain more depth as to why you prefer Gabe Davis over Nico Collins? Yeah, so Gabe Davis has actually been consistent. And on top of his consistency, again, yes, it's touchdown dependent, but when you take on the New York Giants, when they are 16-point favorites going into Sunday Night Football's game, on top of the fact that Gabe Davis is taking on a secondary that has a lot of rookies that are starters, on top of the fact that it's going to be, relatively... I would expect them to probably try to score 30 plus points until they take out their starters. With a chance of 5 touchdowns being racked up on that board, I'm going to assume that Gabe Davis can find the end zone and a good volume of yardage. The issue that I have primarily with Nico Collins isn't that he's not going to get as much opportunity, doesn't have touchdown upside. It's that he purely is getting covered by Marshawn Lattimore, and I hate that idea. Marshawn Lattimore plays very well against number 1 wide receivers, and honestly, if Nico Collins can prove me wrong and play well against Marshawn Lattimore, then I won't have him, I won't have a problem with him lining up against anybody. The issue that I find is that last week against AJ Terrell, another one of these good cornerbacks from the NFC South, he didn't play well. He couldn't get open. And obviously, Stroud didn't look in his direction, because if you're going to be covered and blanketed the entire day, which Marshawn's probably going to do to him, it's not going to be as fun of a overall option in my mind. Also, more F-bombs, please. I'll only ever drop F-bombs if I accidentally rip those off. Otherwise, I don't want to actively, riddle the stream with F-bombs. I find that, I feel like if I'm just spitting off F-bombs, it just makes me look bad. And I don't want to, off stream, I'll talk like a sailor, but, curse like a sailor, whatever the, I don't know, whatever the saying is. But for now, I'll just stick to what I've got. All right, I got to go back to watching this game. While we're there, let me answer some questions. We had a question that came in from K Styles. K Styles, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate the super chat. Thank you. K Styles says, please help me with my lineup. Full PPR. Mahomes, Diggs, Keenan Allen, Bijan Robinson, ETN, Logan Thomas, Puka Nacua. Why do I need to help you? You're set, baby. You're good. As of right now, your 2 running backs are better than, okay. And then, yeah, I wouldn't change anything. I think you're good to go. There's literally no change that I would make. Do you have a lot of really good players? Yes. Is that a curse and a blessing at the same time? Absolutely. But there's nothing that you would change there. I would keep it as such there, K Styles. Thank you. All right, where are we at? Big Gio Gomez says higher floor, Fields or Lawrence? 100% it's always Fields. Fields will always have the higher floor. Always. After K Styles and Andy's question, we move on to D Millard. D Millard, 12289 says, hi Andrew, I'm 2-3 currently. 12-team full PPR league. I give Garrett Wilson, Kyron Williams, and Romeo Dobbs for Justin Jefferson, Aaron Jones, and Zeke. So basically, you're trading away Garrett Wilson and Kyron Williams for Justin Jefferson and Aaron Jones. So you get an IR player, and you're 2-3. Your rest of your team looks like Hurts, Christian McCaffrey, Gibbs, Sanders, Hubbard, Ridley, Jordan Addison down. Yeah, I'm willing to make the trade. I think in the long run, you'll be fine. You'll make the playoffs, and then when you do, Justin Jefferson will help you. I'm fine with that. Malik Willis running for his life. That's really what Malik Willis was able to do all of last year. That's all he was capable of. He was running for his life because there was nobody to throw the ball to for the Titans. Hopefully, you'll look in the direction of DeAndre Hopkins today, though. That'd be great. With that logic, would Robert Woods be a better play than Tyler Boyd? The issue that I have primarily with Robert Woods, is he a better option technically? I mean, they get Noah Brown back off the injured reserve. I feel like Dalton Schultz is that number 2 in the offense. Technically, Tyler Boyd, he's going to have himself a good volume opportunity. The only reason I like Tyler Boyd slightly ahead of him is because I don't know if Higgins is at a full capacity. That's the only difference. But by that logic, McRobbie, yes. By that logic, Robert Woods would be better. By the logic. But I don't know. There's a lot of unknown variables regarding T. Higgins at the moment. Which is why, again, many of us, as the poll currently continues to increase, Higgins is at 62% while Thomas is at 38%. I'll just end the poll. That's a pretty good spot to end it at. 60-40 pretty much. Still many variables that aren't taken into account. Laporta or Goddard? I'll just play Goddard there. Oscar. I don't want to risk anything. All right, Bardia. Thank you very much. Says Osborne or Barkley in the flex. No good options. I'll just play Osborne there, not risk the Barkley situation. James Duffy says start 1. 0.25 per reception. Foreman, Devonta Smith, or Breece Hall. I'll take Devonta Smith. Thank you. Moving on to Papa Bless. Papa Bless says, would you trade Madison for Ramondre Stevenson? Or should I wait a week? If you wait a week and Ramondre has a pop-off game, you probably won't be able to make the trade. So I guess you could do it now. I don't mind it. I actually prefer it, but, difference of opinion perhaps, maybe. Tough choice, says Trevor. Would you start Tutu Atwell or Michael Wilson? I have Tutu Atwell ranked higher. Cole says, I have DK Metcalf, Pittman, Myers, PPR. Do I really bench DK? I mean, you don't have to. Him and Michael Pittman Jr. are back-to-back. So if you prefer to start DK over Michael Pittman, go for it. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that at all. Should I start Zach Moss or Josh Downs in a full PPR? I prefer Josh Downs in a full PPR. I think he'll easily score himself, 6 catches, 60 yards, 12 points. If Zach Moss with split carries with Jonathan Taylor wants to get 12 fantasy points, dude's going to have to score a touchdown. He's going to have to. Would you play Kirk or Saquon, chat, in the flex? I think I'm just going to play Kirk there and not worry about it. BCP in the chat says, Chat, help me out. Start to Godwin, McLaurin, Moss, or Taylor. I think I'd probably go with Taylor and Godwin there. Oliver Blue sends in a super chat. Thank you, Oliver. Oliver says, JT or Saquon? I'd play JT this week. Oliver, thanks, man. We took care of James, took care of Bardia. Okay, cool, done. All right. William L says 8-man PPR. Herbert is my quarterback. McCaffrey and Jacobs are my running backs. Kupp, Nakua, Hawkinson, Swift. My bench is Ridley, Amari Cooper, Nico Collins, Breece Hall. Any changes? The only change that I would suggest is playing Ridley over Nakua and Nakua over Swift in a full PPR. So basically just put Ridley in your flex. That would be my only suggestion. But you don't have to make that move. I think you're solid either way. But that would be my only suggestion. Thank you. BCP, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Garrett Wilson or Godwin? I have Godwin ahead of him in rankings. Again, for those of you who are joining us this morning, welcome. Rankings on screen are updated as of this morning. I understand they're in a half PPR scoring format, not full PPR. Many of you do play in a full PPR. I don't understand the desire to want to exclusively play in a full PPR. I think it's just too easy for wide receivers to rack up points. It's just an easier format to play in. There's very little skill required when guys are just getting a point for just catching a ball and getting negative yards. Like, it's just ridiculous. But anyway, besides my rant, welcome. The rankings are on screen, up to date as of this morning. I've been live streaming here for 3 hours and 12 minutes. My goodness. And we're not stopping till 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, so I do appreciate y'all. Do you have any prop bets? Yes, Trevor, I do. To show you exactly which one is my favorite for this week, I'm going to go ahead and transfer to the other screen really quickly. This is my favorite prop bet of the week. Jake Elliott going higher on field goals made. He's been able to accomplish it in 5 out of the last 5 games. The Philadelphia Eagles are number 1 in the National Football League in field goals made and field goal attempts. So my suggestion would be to play Jake Elliott in this regard, going higher than 1.5 field goals made. My other one that I like to conclude my play of the week is Christian McCaffrey, 0.5 rushing yards. I picked higher. He plays against the Cleveland Browns. It is a weather game. There should be a lot of running potentially. But additionally to that, Christian McCaffrey in the last 12 games that he has played, with 50+% of the offensive snaps, including the NFL playoffs, in 11 of the last 12 games he has played, he has had 1 rushing touchdown minimum. 11 out of the last 12 is literally a 92% success rate. I'll take those chances. I'll take that pick 'em slip. Now, the other picks that I like David Montgomery, 0.5 rushing touchdowns. This isn't my favorite play of the week per se, but this is one that I put in for myself. David Montgomery, 0.5 rushing yards. I think it's pretty solid. He scored a rushing touchdown 1 minimum each of the first 4 games that he's played. Adam Thielen, 7 catches each of the last 4 games. I think this is pretty solid as well. The final one would be Calvin Ridley going over his fantasy point total and Raheem Mostert in a half PPR. These are very low numbers overall in comparison to what I'm anticipating to see from these two guys, considering how high I have them ranked. Thank you, Mark Andrews, for the big reception. Anyway, these are some of the plays, but again, my favorite of the week right now is these two. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's move back to the other Magoose, and we're good to go. Alrighty, here back to the chat in terms of answering questions. We had a question that was sent in from Brandon Malone. Brandon, welcome back. Says Chuba Hubbard or Rachaad White PPR, Kenneth Walker or Waddle PPR. Okay, let me go ahead. Let me just confirm. So Chuba Hubbard and Rachaad White PPR. Rachaad White is ranked higher in my rankings full PPR. Jalen Waddle or Kenneth Walker PPR. If I check my flex rankings, Kenneth Walker's at 28. And Jalen Waddle is significantly higher than him at 20. So I'd play Jalen Waddle there. Thank you. Moving on. We had a question from Anthony. He says, why are the Rams defense... why are Rams a good defensive option this week? Because they play against the Arizona Cardinals. Again, the Arizona Cardinals have backup running backs. My expectation is that they don't run the ball as much today because they're not going to be as effective. When you have to throw against the Los Angeles Rams secondary, it's not an easy task on hand. The expectation is a lot of turnovers, and of course, Aaron Donald being able to pin his ears back against an offensive line that has struggled in terms of pass protection. So I'm expecting sacks, turnovers, and points scored based on a lack of potential scoring from the Arizona Cardinals offense, in general. So that's why I like them. Michael Amato says, morning, Andrew. I'm 2-3 in a 12-team league, full PPR. I need a flex. Ramondre Stevenson, Drake London, Josh Reynolds. Okay, so in order to, let's see here. Who do I rank higher? Ramondre in my flex is 57. Where's Drake London? Drake London is... Okay, I'm not even exaggerating. You could ask someone who has the Patreon rankings and or the Underdog Fantasy sign-up rankings that they get every single Sunday morning. at 3 a.m. Check your spam folder if you haven't yet already. If you've signed up and used code Andrew this season. Ramondre Stevenson is my number 57 in a full PPR. Drake London's my 58th in a full PPR. So they're back to back. You can go either way, but if I was going to make a suggestion, it would be to play Ramondre. Michael Amato, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Moving on from Michael's question, we have Brooks. Brooks, thank you very much. Says half PPR. Amari Cooper or Josh Downs? I'll take Josh Downs there. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Ayuk or James Cook in a half PPR. Steven Walters, I'll play James Cook there. Blonded says Logan Thomas or Darren Waller. You know what's funny? I answered that question probably like an hour ago, but he's still asking. Yeah, it's Logan Thomas. Curtis Samuel or KJ Osborne in the flex full PPR. I have Curtis Samuel ranked higher. Jeremy says Andrew, Downs, Hubbard, Barkley, or Higgins. I need two. What's your scoring format? Niners all damn day says any merit to playing both JT and Moss over Godwin in a full PPR to ensure production? I'm okay with that. That's fine by me. If you want to just make sure that you don't miss out on any production, you can. The only issue is it's a tough matchup against Jacksonville. Let's see here. Juan, what's up, man? Says Andrew, PPR Downs or Kirk? I have Christian Kirk still ranked higher. Thank you. Thielen or Mixon full PPR? I'll take Thielen there. Little screen pass to Zay Flowers. Is that Zay Flowers? Number 4. Nice. Good job. Let's see here. Reno says Breece Hall or Marquise Hollywood Brown in a half PPR. Let me see who I have ranked higher. I have Breece Hall at 50. No, that's not my half PPR. This is my half PPR. Here we go. Breece Hall is at 45, and Marquise Hollywood Brown is ranked lower than him. So Breece Hall is ahead of Marquise Hollywood Brown in my half PPR rankings. Thanks. We had a question that was typed in from Walter Hummel. Thank you very much, Walter. Walker, excuse me. Walker. I appreciate it, man. Walker Hummel says, greetings and salutations, Andrew. Can you pick two? Godwin, Addison, or Collins? If I'm picking two of those three options, I'll take Addison and I'll take Collins. Worry about Lattimore, Smothers, Collins all day. Yeah, I am too. But I do think that because of Mike Evans' active, healthy nature, it does reduce the upside of Godwin in comparison to Collins. Thanks. Wan'Dale Robinson, Michael Wilson, or Jonathan Mingo? I have Michael Wilson ranked the highest out of that entire group there, Daniel. Reno says Breece Hall. Yeah, okay, we took care of that. Phoenix says Thielen or Mixon. Yeah, we took care of that. Okay. Tamir K says Ertz or Pitts, non-PPR. In a non-PPR scoring format, I'll take Zach Ertz there. Thank you. DJ Moore or DeAndre Swift. Depends on scoring format. Assuming it's a half PPR, I'll take DeAndre Swift. It's a full PPR, I'll probably take DJ Moore. Full PPR, Nico Collins or Ayuk. In a full PPR, I probably end up playing Nico there. DK or Ayuk. Yeah, it's DK Metcalf. I think that's easy. Will Jenkins, thank you. Why is Wilson ranked 31 and Slay out? What did it say? Why is Wilson ranked as in Garrett Wilson? Yeah, the issue with it's here's the thing. Femto. The issue that I have with Garrett Wilson primarily has to do with Zach Wilson, purely. If Zach Wilson targets him 15 times today, Garrett Wilson's going to be fantastic for fantasy purposes. But I can't guarantee he does that. Like, he didn't do it last week, which he should have. Like, I understand Patrick Surtain was in that game, but he wasn't being, solo covered by Surtain the entire time. So my biggest concern every time with Garrett Wilson will always be the association with Zach Wilson, and I just don't trust it. Tamir sends in a follow-up question, says Washington or Atlanta's defense this week? I'll take Atlanta. New England or Minnesota? I'll take Minnesota. So Atlanta and Minnesota are my suggestions there, Tamir. Thank you. Chris Kreider says, there's no message attached. Chris, where you at, man? Chris Kreider says flex Jerome Ford or Osborne in the PPR. I'll take Osborne for sure in that one. As for your follow-up question, Chris, hey man, flex Osborne or Ford? Yeah, we'll take Osborne there. Also, I have Higgins, Palmer. Could pick up Downs. No, I like Osborne out of the group. That's fine by me. Osborne's fine. Scrolling down, we have Big Drew 93 says, which defense would you take this week? Jacksonville, Minnesota, or Seattle? I'll take Jacksonville. Thank you. Mixon or Nakua, half PPR. I have Nakua ranked higher. Jake Campbell. Yeah, Jake Campbell. I'll take Nakua there. T. Higgins or Drake London? I'll take Drake London. Reno. Again, rankings are on screen if you're interested for half PPR rankings by position. Rusty Wright says Foreman or Brian Robinson. Who you think is a safer floor? Brian Robinson has a safer floor. I think Foreman just has a little bit more upside, especially if they give him a ridiculous amount of carries, which they might. They might. Kelly sends in a question, says, are we thinking to start Saquon and hope he plays? You would only ever start him if you don't have a significantly better option than him, right? Like if I don't have, like, where do I have Saquon? I have Saquon at 23. If I don't have Zach Moss, Pierce, Taylor, and I have Rashad White, Hubbard, Salvin Ahmed, like, I guess you could still play White, Hubbard, and Ahmed just to avoid all risk. The only reason you could confidently play Barkley tonight is if you have a pivoting option. So, like, if you're playing, okay, let's say, for example, I'm going to give you guys a hypothetical situation. My team has Saquon Barkley, Kyren Williams, and DeAndre Swift. Tonight, I would play today, I'd play Kyren Williams and DeAndre Swift as my two starting backs. I'd put Saquon in my flex. I would pivot Saquon to a different option if he doesn't play, if I don't have anybody even close to him in my ranking. So if it's like Saquon Barkley or Jerome Ford, I'm going to risk it with Saquon. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to try Ford or Algier or DeMercado with him. I would rather risk it and, go for a pivoting option. If I can go for a pivoting option, it would have to be in tonight's game. Maybe one of the receivers for the New York Giants, or potentially some of the, one of the receiving options in Monday's game between the Chargers and, of course, the Cowboys. Thank you. But again, it depends on what other alternative options you have available. Xavier W says, pick 2, wide receiver 2 in a flex. Ayuk, Walker, Ayuk, Walker, Kirk, T. Higgins. Walker, first and foremost, needs to be your flex. That's Kenneth Walker. And your wide receiver 2, I'm comfortable running with Ayuk there. I don't mind that. Thank you. Bills or 49ers defense? I have Bills as number 1. I have 49ers at number 2. I have the Miami Dolphins at 3. I have the Eagles at 4. Jaguars at 5. Saints at 6. Rams at 7. Raiders at 8. Texans at 9. Lions at 10. Vikings at 11. And Atlanta Falcons at 12. As for kickers, I have Elliott number 1. Fairbairn 2. Bass 3. McPherson 4. Aubrey 5. Moody 6. Dicker 7, Maher 8, McManus 9, Groupie 10, Sanders 11, and Myers 12. Thank you. For any of you who were wondering regarding kicker and defensive rankings. If you guys could do me a solid, if you haven't yet already, do me a favor. Click the like button down below. Greatly helps to support the channel. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you all being with me here today. Are the Tennessee Titans going to do anything today? I don't think they'll do anything else. Malik Willis, I don't know if you'll be able to take him down the field. Let's see here. Osborne or Waller in the flex? I'm comfortable playing Osborne there. I mean, if I had, listen, let me go look at my rankings. I think I probably, if I had to guess, I have Waller behind him still. Yeah. I have KJ Osborne at 64 and Waller at 70 in my full PPR rankings. So, in my flex rankings. So I would still suggest Osborne there. I could see how Waller could outvalue him, but man, they're blitzing and they're finding home. All right, let's see here. Stallions Productions says Alvin Kamara or Puka Nacua in the flex. Stallions, what's your scoring format? Because if I'm just talking about a half PPR, I'm playing Alvin Kamara there. If it's a full PPR, I'll probably play Puka Nacua there. Thanks. Rowit says Purdy or Stroud. I'll take Purdy. Laporta or Kittle. I'll take Kittle. So yeah, let's take the stack. Yeah, I'll take Purdy and I'll take Kittle. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question: Ford or Foreman? Carlos, I would play Foreman. Thanks, man. I don't trust the Cleveland Browns offense, as you guys can tell based on my rankings today. Tano Martin, thank you, Tano, appreciate it. Says full PPR, Ford or Foreman. Yeah, it's Foreman for sure. Fields or Herbert, I'll take Fields. Thank you. Bryce Young or Minshew. Let's see who I have ranked higher. Let's see, 4-point per passing touchdown. I have Minshew ahead of Bryce Young by 1 spot. Minshew's my number 22. Bryce Hall. Breece Hall, Bryce Young. It's all starting to mix together there. Minshew's my 22. I almost said Brees again. Bryce Young is my number 23. Holy moly. Bryce and Brees, man. It's just tongue twister for me. Demercado or Moss? Chaz, I'd play Moss. Again, rankings are on screen, guys. So if you have questions, hopefully those can answer them. Like someone's asking London or Osborne. I have London ranked higher than Osborne on screen. Follow it as such. Bryce Young, Minshew, 6-point per passing touchdown league. I'd probably still play Minshew there. Alex Olivas says, "Hey Andrew, half PPR, flex question. Start Joshua Palmer or Amari DeMercado. I'd probably end up playing Palmer there. Raiders defense or Cowboys defense. I'll play the Raiders there. Thanks. Click the like button, people. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Alex. Toast says, traded Laporta and Gabe Davis for DK Metcalf and Ford. I have Mark Andrews. I don't know if I love that, to be honest, Toast. I don't know if I love that. Anthony Cortez says, trade Fields, Diggs, Palmer for Christian McCaffrey and Olave. My quarterback is Purdy. I'm okay with that trade. Yeah, let's do it. Let's bring in Christian McCaffrey and Olave. That works for me. By the way, why Kittle over Laporta this week? Because Laporta is dealing with a bit of an injury. That's why. The calf injury that he had, I think could limit him, and I'm worried about that. Thank you. Alrighty. Oh, goodness gracious, man. It is so uncomfortable to sit down here for 4 straight hours. I'm 3.5 hours in, and I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, here we go. Let's see. I need to just take it easy here because I'm about to have a panic attack. Is this offense going to do anything, man? I feel like they've been on the same yard marker for the last 4 drives. Malik Willis drops back, sees a ton of pressure, and he gets sacked again. I got to just stop watching the game. I'm just going to stop watching. Let me know if anything happens, guys. All right. A couple more questions. Not a couple more. A lot of more questions are coming in. Let's see here. We had Vlad Belina says, good call on not playing Tyjae Spears. Yeah, Spears was... Listen, Spears is a very sketchy play at all times. But if he gets volume, he's fine, especially receiving volume. Let's get you a better chair. It's not about the better chair. The issue is, in order to have this setup where there's nothing behind me and it's a green screen, there's a specific, functionality to the setup here that is what I produce, right? So that's primarily the issue. I'm pinned up against this desk in order to kind of fit in between this green screen and all this kind of jazz. Anyway, getting back to answering questions. D sends in a super chat, says, 4-man league, half PPR, Adams or Montgomery? Half PPR, Adams or Montgomery? Let's see who I have ranked higher. I'm fairly certain it's going to be Monty, but let me make sure. Montgomery at 13 and Devontae Adams at 16. Yeah, David Montgomery's my suggestion. Thank you. Appreciate it. Wheeler says, Higgins or McLaurin? I'll take Higgins. Kevin says, Zach Moss or Tyrod in a Superflex? Yikes. I'll take Zach Moss there, honestly. Is Jerome Ford playable? Sure, but only when you're desperate. Half PPR, James Cook, Adam Thielen, or Madison. In a half PPR, I'll take James Cook there, happily. Let's see here. Toast says, my team is Tua, Henry, Cook, Devontae, Puka, Mark, DK, with my bench looking like Amon-Ra, Sutton, Palmer, Javonte Williams, and Ford. With Spears as my Henry backup insurance. 14-team league. So, look, in a 14-team league, I'm not trading away a 2-for-1, even if you have Mark Andrews. That's just a difference of opinion, but I'm always trying to keep as much depth as possible because in a 14-team league, if at any point an injury occurs, the issue is you can't go to the waiver wire and pick up a player. There's nobody there. So, again, this is going to be a difference in philosophy. I hope it pans out well and DK balls out, but I just don't like the trade. All right, let's see here. James Cook, Hall, or Addison? sit one. If I'm sitting one, I'm sitting Hall out of that group. I'd play Addison and I'd play Cook. SS. Wheeler says Higgins. Okay, so we took care of Wheeler's question a while back, so we're good to go there. I got DK and Ford. Yeah, I know. I just don't like Ford. I mean, the issue with Ford is that he only is relevant if Deshaun Watson is playing, and if Deshaun Watson's hurt, that's the tough part. Ayuk or Christian Kirk? I like Ayuk today. I'm just going to call you Vlad. Let's just leave it at that. Yeah. I don't know why I pronounced it the way I have, Vlad, and I apologize, but I'm just going to call you Vlad from now on. Vlad, it is what it is. Sorry, man. Chris says Laporta or Waller. Yeah, I'll just play Laporta there. Drop Jeff Wilson Jr. for Thomas. No, you want to keep Jeff Wilson for future weeks. Full PPR, Joe Burrow or Kirk Cousins? I'll take Joe Burrow. Spears with a huge run. Actually, though? Or are we trolling? Because I wouldn't mind to see that. Let me turn on the game. Stupid question. Detroit or Buffalo defense? Buffalo. It's not a stupid question. You're fine, man. I'm here to help. Jamie Lee says Higgins or Marquise Brown? I'll take Marquise Brown. Hood Blaze says, what's up, man? I'm doing well. How about you? Can you check the chat? Yeah, I'll try. Hood says, in a 12-team league, my lineup consists of Tua, Montgomery, Kyron Williams, Adams, Ridley, Thomas, Bijan Robinson in the flex. Is there anything I need to change? I have Waddle available as well. No. Everything you have is better than what you would alternatively play. So you keep it as is, Hood. Thank you. You're good to go. Crix Cod says Spears with a 49-yard run. We love to see it. All right. Here we go. He's starting to cook. We would have loved to have seen Derrick Henry get that rushing attempt, but, you know, boo-hoo for us. Moving on. Chris Kreider says, cool, thanks, man. All set. Awesome. Thank you very much. Tan Soar says, is Najee Harris worth dropping at this point in a 12-team league? No. Anytime you have a starting running back available to you, you should not drop them. Even if they're not performing well in the past, there's still a chance. Again, we're only, 6 weeks in now, technically? There's another 10 weeks for him to kind of right the ship, or at least get themselves back on track. Is Derrick Henry still on the sideline? Like, what are we doing with this? Could we get never mind, he gets sacked again. Every time I watch, he gets sacked. I got to stop watching, guys. I'm sorry. I apologize. Moving on. We had a question that came from Jalen So. Jalen says, Foreman or Stevenson full PPR? I like Foreman. I like Foreman this week, honestly. Raji126 says sit one, half PPR. Palmer, Collins, or Moss? I would sit Palmer. Thank you. Lucky Slavin says Pollard, Cook, Montgomery, Kyron Williams. If I'm sitting one, I'm sitting Cook out of the bunch. Thank you. Joey Martin says JT or Devonta Smith full PPR. Give me Devonta Smith. Colin Smith says half PPR. Olave, Addison, or Madison? Give me Addison with Jordan Addison. Amari Cooper or Ertz in the flex? Give me Ertz max. Thank you. Drop Jahan Dotson for Tutu Atwell? Yes. Andrew says Drake London or Kyle Pitts. Rashad White also in the flex. If I'm playing one of those three in the flex, I'd like to play Drake London. Thank you. Do I start Madison or Amari Cooper? Martin, I'd play Madison today. Toe says last question. I have JJ hurt. So do I trade Gabe Davis and Ramondre Stevenson for Higgins and Christian Watson? I have ETN, Montgomery, Brian Robinson, and Connor. Gabe Davis and Ramondre for Higgins and Watson. To get more wide receiver depth? I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm okay with that trade, Toast. That works. To get more wide receiver depth for the next 4 weeks. I'm okay with that. That works for me. Puka or Jonathan Taylor? CPO, you should play Puka Nacua. Thanks, man. Goff or Purdy? I'm pretty sure I have Goff ranked higher. I have Goff as my number 8, Purdy as my number 10. So I would play Goff. Thank you. Again, rankings are on screen for those of you who are wondering, regarding those kind of questions. They're on the goal line and they're not running the ball. What is this? This is malpractice. This is unbelievable. What are we doing here? This is absolute malpractice. Bring him down. Bring him down. Thank you. Now try again, but this time give it to your 6'3", 260-pound running back. For the love of God, what are we doing? They're trolling. This is malpractice. Someone should be fined for this. Someone should lose their job for not giving him the ball. Who's the offensive coordinator? This is ridiculous. Anyway, going back to answering questions. Jay says, half PPR thoughts on Taylor. I have Madison Barkley over him. No, I'd play Taylor over Barkley. Thank you. John says, Goff is my QB1. Should I stash Love, Watson, or Stroud? Goff has like a week 13 bye week. So if I'm going to stash somebody else alongside of him, I'm stashing Stroud. Thank you. Khalid says, Lockett or Kirk? I'm feeling Kirk. Then roll with Kirk, baby. Let's go with it. Let's do it. Drew F says, half PPR Atwell, DeMercado, Algier in the flex. In a half PPR, I'll take Algier over the bunch. Full PPR, Ayuk, Barkley, DeMercado. I'll take Ayuk there. Thank you. And the penalty shoots them back 10 yards, and Derrick Henry's out of a job. I mean, what are we doing here? Could we at least throw the ball to DeAndre Hopkins? That's all I asked for. Just a nice little target here. Malik Willis gets sacked again. I'm watching, and he gets sacked again. This is the 4th time I look at the game, and he gets sacked. Actually, it's the 5th time. Dude, he's just giving free points. Who's got Baltimore's defense? Anybody in the chat? You're welcome. You guys are going off with that defense this week, huh? Andy Lopez, thank you very much for the super chat. Says, I'm going versus the guy who always wants to beat, that you always want to beat, even if, listen, there's a lot of those. Going versus the guy that you always want to beat, even if it's your only win. Yeah. Full PPR, Godwin or Deebo Samuel? In a full PPR, I'm comfortable going Godwin there. Atlas Person says, trade Mixon plus Christian Kirk for Kamara in a full PPR. I have a lot of players on bye week next week. My running backs are Pollard, Mixon, Roschon, Hunt. Wide receivers are CeeDee Lamb, Ayuk, Kirk, Myers, Bryce, and D-Hop. I'm okay with the trade. Do I love it? No. I honestly would probably, considering your league is a full PPR, I probably just would keep what you have, honestly. Is it time to drop Gibbs? No. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from, did we take care of those questions? Khalid, we took care of that. We took care of that. We took care of that. Alex Person. Nathan says Chris Olave or Nico Collins. I prefer Chris Olave today. Thank you. Nico Collins still a solid play, but that's my preference. David A says Josh Downs a good sleeper. Absolutely. Did you not see my Hidden Gems video? We brought back Hidden Gems just for Josh Downs. He's literally on the thumbnail. Ball's on the 1 now. And what are they going to do? Kick a field goal? Or do they score a touchdown? Did they actually kick a field goal? No, they didn't. Oh my God. Please tell me they didn't kick a field goal. Please. No, they did. They kicked a mother effing field goal. Dude, what is going on here? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Anyway, moving on. Couple more questions. Anthony sends in a question. Says, flex options, slim, plus Barkley, questionable. I have Amari, Palmer, London starting, okay? Akers, Hunt, Boyd on my bench. Algier, Woods, Parker on waivers. Bad options, really. Yeah. At this point, just keep what you have starting. I'm okay with that, Anthony. I think that's probably the best plan of action. Let's see here. Optimum Gaming. I almost said Optimus. Optimum Gaming. I don't see anything attached here. Says Quentin Johnston, Rondell Moore, or Curtis Samuel. Give me Curtis Samuel in that group of 3. Thank you, Optimum. 123 Valley says Addison or Ridley. Give me Ridley 100%. Thank you. Vrabel needs to be. Hey, listen. I mean, you're not wrong almost, but hey, listen. It is what it is. I don't know. It's just rough. It's just rough. No problem, Atlas. I'm glad to help. Why isn't Henry in? What happened? Yeah, I don't know, man. Henry should have been in. They were on like the 4-yard line, and they, instead of handing the ball to Derrick Henry, they thought, oh, let's do a QB keep option garbage play, and then they got -1 yards, and then they got shot back because of a penalty. It is what it is. It's malpractice. That's what it is. I'm not even blaming Vrabel because Vrabel's not the offensive coordinator. I think it's Todd Downing. Am I incorrect? Let me look this up. Todd Downing. Todd Downing is the offensive coordinator of the Tennessee Titans. That's who needs to. Wait, no, he used to be. Hold up. Who's the actual? No, hold on. Wait. Let me look this up. Titans offensive coordinator. Tim Kelly. This guy used to be the offensive coordinator for Houston last year, or in 2021. I mean, it's just as bad, man. At this point, it's just all a mess. Todd Downing used to be the offensive coordinator last season. Jalen Waddle or JT? Never before seen. I'd play Jalen Waddle there. When did you go through defenses? I've gone through defenses maybe 12.5 times today, but we'll go over it again in 4 minutes. How about that? Against Lamar, Butler, and Kansas City defense, down 51 points. That's rough, Ando. That's rough. Nick Folk, another double-digit week. That's right, baby. I keep telling y'all every week in waivers, pick up Nick Folk because he's a monster. But yeah, that's another good week there. Took the field goal because they needed 2 scores. Yeah, but why not just get the touchdown out of the way? Now the game's over, you know? Like, it's just, for fantasy purposes, it boils my blood. It is what it is. CB says, full PPR. I'm struggling between flexing Godwin and Pittman. Should I make it easier for you? Play Pittman. If he plays like garbage, you can blame me. If Godwin outscores him, you can blame me. But I'm of the opinion that Gardner Minshew elevates Pittman to a pretty solid number this week. No problem, Matt. We're going to go over it in about 2 minutes at 9:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Matt. We'll go over kickers and defenses one more time for the final time. 123 Valley says Ridley or Devonta Smith. I'll take Ridley there. Thank you. Where are we at? White or Higgins in the flex. I'll probably end up taking White there in a half PPR and Higgins there in a full PPR. Hey, Andrew, Curtis Samuel, pick him. You like? I don't know. I got to go look at it. I'll check it out in a minute. Actually, let's go look at it real quickly. Let me see here. Let me go to the pick'ems. Let me type in Curtis. Let me bring this tab down so I don't have to look up at my second monitor. Here we go. Curtis Samuel. 33.5 receiving yards. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take higher on 33.5 receiving yards. I don't understand why it's so low. He's cleared that. Wait, why is this? Okay, let's take it. Let's do it. Here we go. I'll take Curtis Samuel there. I'm going to go down. I'm going to find Jake Elliott. I'm going to find my friend Christian McCaffrey. I'm going to find my friend Raheem Mostert. I'm going to put together a monster play right now. They moved up Raheem Mostert's fantasy point. Okay, so then we're not going to add that. We're just going to leave it at that. Okay, let me just go ahead and put a play in here. Boom. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's roll with Curtis Samuel, 33.5 receiving yards. I think that's a solid one. Moving on. Okay, answering questions. Pittman, Hollywood, or DK? I have Pittman number 1, Hollywood number 2, Pittman number 1, DK2, Hollywood number 3, like it shows on screen. The rankings are there. Thank you. Vic84, long time no see. Hope you're doing well, Vic. Full PPR, Flex, Moss, Stevenson, Lockett, Goddard, Downs. Of the group, running back and a flex, I'm playing Stevenson as the running back, and I'm probably playing Goddard or Lockett as the flex. Let me look who I have higher ranked in a full PPR. Lockett is my number 51, and where's Goddard comparatively? I've Goddard ranked higher, so I go Goddard there in the flex. Thank you. Josh Palmer or Demercado? I'll take Josh Palmer. Thank you. All right, let's go over defensive rankings. Final time for the stream, okay? Final time. You ready? Here we go. Pay attention. Number 1, Buffalo Bills. Number 2, San Francisco 49ers. Number 3, Miami Dolphins. Number 4, Philadelphia Eagles. Number 5, Jacksonville Jaguars. Number 6, New Orleans Saints. Number 7, LA Rams. Number 8, Las Vegas Raiders. Number 9, Houston Texans. Number 10, Detroit Lions. Number 11, Minnesota Vikings. And number 12, Atlanta Falcons. Top 12 kickers. Number 1, Jake Elliott. Number 2, Kaimi Fairbairn. Number 3, Tyler Bass. Number 4, Evan McPherson. Number 5, Brandon Aubrey. Number 6, Jake Elliott. Number 7, Cameron Dicker. Number 8, Brett Maher. Number 9, Brandon McManus. Number 10, Blake Groupie. 11 is Jason Sanders. And 12 is Jason Myers. That's done. I'll never mention it again. I do appreciate you guys. And if you appreciate the rankings for the kickers and defenses, be sure to click the like button down below. Help us get to anywhere past 666. Why is it? Come on. Someone's got to, break that. Let's get to 700, but let's definitely not make it 666. Like, what are we doing here? This is a bad omen. Let's fix that for our fantasy lineups for today, please. Thank you, Blake. I appreciate it. Let's see here. We had Landon Ramirez send in a question. Landon says, I see rankings, but bigger upside, Colin or London? Bigger upside? I mean, I think Nico Collins has it still. But if you want to play, London because of the matchup against Washington, I wouldn't blame you. Let's see here. Do you like Elijah Mitchell or Jordan Mason as Christian McCaffrey's handcuff? I like whoever's healthy, and it typically is not Elijah Mitchell. Let's see here. Sebastian says 49ers versus Browns pregame is hopefully make it easy. Yeah, let's hope for it. Listen, I wouldn't be surprised. Listen, if Christian McCaffrey of all the running backs is going to screw me over this week on my pick'em slip of him getting one rushing touchdown, he's done it 92% of the times in the last 12 games he's played, 11 in the last 12. If he's going to be the guy that screws it up for me, so be it. Christian McCaffrey's the best running back in the NFL, and if he's going to mess it up, I'll take the L. I don't mind that. That's fine by me, but I don't think it will. I don't think he's going to mess it up. DK, Okay. Okay, we're good. Worth picking up and starting Foreman over Barkley. Yes, I would do that, Spencer. Do you like Elijah? Okay, we took care of that. Jarrett Reed said, good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon, good morning. It's 9:48 over here, but it is what it is. Out of Waddle, Devonta Smith, Ayuk, and Godwin, which two do I pick? I'm going to play Waddle and Devonta Smith there. Happily, Jarrett. Breece Hall or Jonathan Taylor? I'll take Breece Hall. Let's see here. Ducker says, I need 3. Breece Hall, Ramondre Stevenson, Foreman, Evans. I'll take Evans number 1, Foreman number 2, and probably out of the last remaining option, I'll take Breece Hall number 3. Thank you. Moving on, why is Deontay Foreman ranked so high now? Because Roschon Johnson's inactive, Khalil Herbert went to the injured reserve, Travis Homer's inactive. So all the running backs on this team except for Deontay Foreman are active, and they're going to run the ball right through the Minnesota Vikings defense. T. Higgins or Zach Moss? I'll take Zach Moss there. It's fine by me. Hubbard or Salvador Ahmed? I have Hubbard ranked higher. Christian McCaffrey has a higher percentage of scoring touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey has a higher percentage to score a touchdown than don't. Yeah, exactly. Always. I mean, if you count receiving touchdowns, he has scored a touchdown in 14 consecutive games. If you just count rushing touchdowns, it's 11 of the last 12. Anyway. T. Higgins or Nico Collins? I like Nico Collins there. Lockett, Debo, or Scary Terry? I like Debo, Lockett, Scary in that exact order. Would you drop Tank Bigsby or Dalvin Cook? Yes, I would drop both of them. Abdullah says, I'm starting Chris Brooks. Am I delusional? I don't think you're delusional. I think it just requires, you're legitimately going to have to require that game becomes a 40-0 game at halftime for Chris Brooks to play in the second half, because the only way that Chris Brooks has already played this season is when we've been in a situation where they're up 70 points against the Denver Broncos. Hopefully Pollard gets back this week. Yes, hopefully, but that'll be tomorrow. Higgins or Stevenson? I like Stevenson this week. Burrow or Stafford? I like Burrow. Again, rankings are on screen, guys, to help you guys out before kickoff. Foreman or Palmer? I'll take Foreman there. Nico Collins, Kirk, Ayuk, pick 2. If I'm playing 2 of those options, I'll play Ayuk and I'll play Nico. Alrighty. Thank you guys for joining us today. Again, I do appreciate all of y'all coming through. Super chat support, clicking the like button, asking questions, helping others by answering questions, supporting in any sort of regard. That you guys are the best. I appreciate it a lot. I'll be back tomorrow, of course, with waiver wire video, all that kind of jazz. Sam Laporta will play week 6, official via Glazer. On top of it, Darren Waller will play, official Glazer. Saquon Barkley, still game time decision, official, same reporter. And I do trust Jay Glazer. Jay Glazer is a really good reporter for Fox, so I'm gonna take his word on it. Marvin Harrison or Ocho Cinco, it's not even close. I'm gonna pick the Hall of Famer. I'll take Marvin Harrison there, Jack. Let's see here. J-Bo says, hey Andrew, full PPR. Should I start DK Addison or Godwin? I'll take Addison and I'll take DK, both those guys. Half PPR, Bourne, Cooper, or Michael Wilson. Raji, I have Cooper ranked highest out of the bunch there. Steven Schroeder says, standard format, Breece Hall or Calvin Ridley. I'll take, in a standard format, I'm still going to take Calvin Ridley there. Show of defensive rankings. I don't have a graphic for it, so I can't show you. Sorry. We mentioned it about 10 minutes ago. We're not going to be able to go through it. How bad is the weather in Chicago? We have a guy in the chat who lives in Chicago and is near the stadium. He said there's no weather concerns. Don't worry about it. Mr. T says, please, urgent. Laporta or Logan Thomas? Let's play Laporta, man. He's healthy. He's going to play today. List this PPR question mark. If you want to check out my PPR rankings, you can either sign up using code Andrew via Underdog Fantasy. If you do and make a first-time deposit minimum of $10, I'll send you my rankings every single Sunday morning for the remainder of the season, which includes full PPR rankings by position and by flex. Or you can also check out the Patreon. Otherwise, I do not show full PPR rankings on stream or throughout the week. Thank you. No problem, Spencer. Richie says, love the channel. Half PPR, Waddle or Joe Mixon in a half PPR scoring format. Let me see who I have ranked higher. Where the heck is this? Okay, let's go half PPR. Waddle is at 27, and Joe Mixon is ranked lower than him at 34. I'll take Waddle this week. Thanks. Henry or Komet? Komet. DeMercado, Lazard, or Boyd? Full PPR. Give me Boyd. Thank you. Rowett says, do I start Gibson? Other waiver options are Murray, Gainwell, Elliott, Blackshear, or Vaughn. Yeah, I'll take Latavius Murray there. Thank you. Lockett or Moss? I will take Lockett. Abdullah says, so Charbonnet over Chris Brooks. No, don't play Zach Charbonnet. I'll take the risk of Chris Brooks. You're not delusional at that capacity. I'm okay with it. Lil Boy Blue says, Andrew, are we rolling with JT or Zach Moss? I like JT ahead of him. Again, I was wrong last week, but I'm going to assume that the additional attempts for JT this week will have him as a better fantasy option. Reasons behind it, Evans over Waddle. Yeah, Evans is a better football player right now. Moving on. Davido says, please, 3. London, Cooper, Reynolds, Palmer. I'll take London, I'll take Reynolds, and I'll take Palmer there. Gatlin Gun says, standard, Olave, Osborne, or Gabe Davis. I'll take Gabe Davis and Olave there, Gatlin Gun. The Beaver says, Chicago is nice right now. Yes, thank you, Beaver. I appreciate the confirmation there. No Moody? Yeah, Moody was in my rankings. He's like number 7 as my remaining kickers. I have Lawrence and Stafford. Why high on Lawrence? Because they play against the Indianapolis Colts secondary. Look what happened in week 1. Lawrence tore him apart. Go look at last season. The last 3 games, 80+% passing completion percentage against that defense. He's going to tear him apart this week. And they play at home. They're 8-0 in the last 8 years against that team. Saquon Barkley or Moss or Jonathan Taylor. I'll take Jonathan Taylor or Moss either way. I thought Laporta was a game time decision. Kickoff is so late. Jay Glazer has already confirmed that he's going to start and he's going to play. So I'm not worried. Ridley or DJ Moore? I like Ridley. Drop Mitchell for Foreman? Yes, please. Joshy says Burrow or Fields? I like Fields. We have people that are in the chat right now that are living in Chicago, and they say that the weather is beautiful there, so I'm not even worried. How do we feel about Deontay Foreman? I'm benching JT for Foreman. That's fine by me. That's what I would like to do. Devonta Smith or Mike Evans? I'll take Mike Evans there. He's a monster, averaging 18 points per game in the first 3 healthy games. Barkley or Michael Pittman? I'll take Michael Pittman. Moss or Addison? Give me Addison. PPR, Matty, Chuba, Moss, Deontay. I'll take Madison, and I'll take Deontay Foreman there. Constantino Gonzalez. Thanks, man. We had a couple questions that were sent in via Super Chat. I got to get to them right now. We have the first one from Lil Fat Bear. Says, Joe Mixon or Foreman? We'll take Joe Mixon there. Thank you. Sovicia Soak. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well, Sovicia. Says, happy Sunday. Would you take the trade? Get Justin Jefferson, lose Jacoby Myers and Jerome Ford. Yes, I would take that trade immediately. Yes, please. Sovicia, make that trade. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Skizzy says, full PPR, one flex, Ayuk, Collins, JT, Logan Thomas. If I'm playing one out of the bunch in a full PPR scoring format, I'm pretty comfortable going with Collins there. Thank you. Saquon, or yeah, we took care of that. Jacobs or Lamb in the full. Oh my god, I don't even want to answer that. That one's a little rough. Why are we so high on Foreman? Because everybody else is hurt in that backfield and they're going to run the ball. Waller's playing. Yes, he's already been confirmed to play. Lockett or Palmer, I'll take Lockett. Mixon or Foreman, I'll take Mixon. Debo or Tyler Lockett, I'll take Debo. Unless it's a full PPR. Full PPR, I'll take Lockett. Chat, weather is okay in Cleveland? Question mark. I don't think the weather is okay in Cleveland. James Cook or Josh Downs in a full PPR. I'll take James Cook. Half PPR. Is it delusional of me to play Stevenson over Madison? No, it's not delusional. I think it could be actually quite beneficial. If, of course, this offense is somewhat relevant today. For sure. All right, guys. It's 9:56. We got 4 more minutes. I'm going to try to answer as many questions as possible. Much love. Make sure you click the like button down below. And as soon as it hits 10 a.m., I'm cueing the music and I'm going to watch Red Zone. Mondre or Foreman. I'm okay with Mondre there if you'd like to, but otherwise I like Foreman. I prefer Foreman. DJ Moore, Gabe Davis, Jacoby Myers today. I like DJ Moore out of the bunch, Mr. T. Manuel says Zach Moss or Chris Godwin. I'll take Chris Godwin there. Your rankings say Mike Evans over Jacoby Myers, but my gut feeling tells me Myers. Final verdict? Take your gut feeling. Run it, baby. Drop Gibson for Foreman. Yes, yeah, for sure. Browns will upset 49ers. You're so wrong, it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable how wrong you are. Oh, man. Even if Sam Darnold was playing today, they wouldn't lose. Is trading Derrick Henry for Isaiah Pacheco a smart play? Depends. I wouldn't say that I think it's a lateral move rather than an upgrade per se. Komet or Ingram. I have Komet ranked lower if I'm not mistaken on screen. Burrow or Stafford. I have Burrow ranked higher on screen. Jake Thompson says I'm starting Addison over Devonta Smith, Myers, and Mixon. No. Don't I have Devonta Smith ranked higher? Am I crazy? Yeah, I have Devonta Smith ranked higher. I don't know what you're on about. Look at the screen. That's what it is, Jake. Don't worry about it. Let's see here. 49ers going undefeated or am I... Listen, I don't know if they're going undefeated, but eventually they'll walk into a buzzsaw. They play the Eagles later this season, so let's see how that goes, right? Have a good football Sunday. Thank you very much, Crix. Cal says, low-key, think Ramondre is going to break out today. I agree. I've traded for him on multiple occasions this week already. Half PPR, Olave or Nico Collins. I'll take Olave there. Jonnu Smith or Schultz. If I'm not mistaken, I have Jonnu Smith ranked higher. If you're playing in a standard league, I would play Schultz, but in a half PPR, full PPR, I'll take Jonnu. Nor McLaurin on the list? No, I think AJ Terrell's matchup is a little bit of a nightmare there. Just picked up Foreman in both my leagues. Let's hope it plays well this weekend. Yeah, let's hope for it, Andrew. Thank you. Fingers crossed. Geno Smith or Stroud? I'm fairly certain on rankings on screen, I have Geno Smith one spot lower than Stroud, which I officially do. Thank you. Moss or Ahmed? I'll take Moss. I put everyone on the delusional wave. Let's go. Yeah, you did. Now everyone's asking if they're delusional. Myers or Jonathan Taylor? Jeremy, play Myers in a full PPR. Foreman or Olave, full PPR? I'll take Olave there, Chase. Many thanks. No problem, Riley. Glad that I could help in any sort of regard. All right, guys. That's it. It's time. It's time for Andrew to cue the music and for Andrew to go off into the sunset and watch some incredible football. Let's hope for upside. Let's hope for no injuries. And let's hope for a wonderful week 6 with a lot of I'm talking about the highest scoring week of the season. That's what we're hoping for. It's 10 a.m. Lineups are locked. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to check something really quickly myself. I need to go ahead and do something if I can. Speaking of lineups being locked, I got to make sure that one of my lineups doesn't have anything crazy going on in it. Let me see here. I think that works. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I'm going to cue the music. Much love. Tomorrow, waiver wires. I'll be back. Outside of that, until next time, I appreciate y'all, and I'll see you guys later. Peace.